Meditations on the Red Book, Entering Carl Jung's Inner World. An immersive journey into the inner world of the Red Book, where the listener is invited to walk the same fragile threshold once crossed by Carl Jung. This is not an explanation, nor an interpretation, but a contemplative descent into the psychic landscape that emerged during Jung's confrontation with the unconscious. Through symbolic language, silence, and slow unfolding reflections, this meditation follows the movement of images, voices, and tensions that shaped the Red Book. It recreates the atmosphere of Jung's inner journey, allowing the listener to encounter similar questions, disorientation, and moments of revelation within their own psyche. Here, madness and meaning are not opposites, but neighboring states. The unconscious is not analyzed, but entered. The experience does not offer answers, only presence. This meditation invites you to remain with the images, to listen rather than understand, and to allow the symbolic process to unfold in its own time. What Jung recorded as a private descent becomes, here, a shared inner passage, a complete digital audiobook production by the Mercurius Foundation. This audiobook has been carefully crafted for your listening experience. We encourage you to pause, rewind, and revisit the passages that speak to you most. The way of what is to come. You feel it before you can name it. A pressure behind the eyes, a faint tightening in the chest, as if something has leaned closer without making a sound. Nothing dramatic happens. No vision. No answer. Just the sense that a door you were not looking for has begun to loosen its frame. You remain where you are, but something inside you has shifted its weight. The world still looks familiar. Objects keep their outlines. Your thoughts continue their ordinary procession, and yet a subtle dissonance hums beneath it all, like a note held too long. You sense that what once carried meaning with ease now hesitates. Explanations feel thinner. Certainties feel borrowed. It is not despair. It is not clarity. It is the moment just before either becomes possible. You may notice a quiet image repeating itself, a path half seen at dusk, a mirror that reflects more shadow than face, a river whose surface refuses to stay still. These images do not announce themselves as symbols. They simply arrive, uninvited, and linger. You do not summon them. They seem to have found you on their own. There is a feeling of being addressed, though no voice speaks aloud. Something in you has begun to listen, even if you do not yet know to what. This listening is not intentional. It arises the way breath does when the body remembers itself. You are not searching. You are being approached. The habits of your mind respond, as they always have. They ask for reasons. They look for context. They want to stabilize the ground. But the ground does not answer. It waits. And in this waiting, you begin to sense the presence of another order, one that does not rush to clarify, one that does not justify itself. A faint unease settles in, not sharp enough to alarm you, not soft enough to ignore. It carries the texture of nightfall, that hour when the forest seems to lean inward, when familiar paths lose their edges. You are still standing at the threshold. Nothing has been demanded of you yet. Nothing has been explained. You feel both smaller and more exposed, as if some protective layer has thinned without tearing. The usual measure by which you judge yourself begins to falter. Success and failure grow quiet. Even the question of who you are seems to pause, suspended between breaths. This is not an invitation you accepted. It is one you have noticed. Something has crossed into awareness, not to instruct, not to console, but to be present. It does not ask you to follow. It does not promise light. It simply remains, patient and close, waiting for you to feel that you are no longer alone inside yourself. You step forward without moving. The threshold dissolves behind you. not as a memory, but as a sensation that no longer applies. The air feels thicker here, as if thought itself has weight. Images begin to press closer, not as metaphors, but as presences. A forest opens around you, dense and unlit, its paths winding without promise of return. You do not choose a direction. The forest has already chosen you. Voices do not speak in sentences. They arrive as pressures, as moods, as sudden reversals of feeling. What you once trusted now hesitates. What you dismissed now stares back with quiet insistence. You sense that something within you has its own gravity, its own tempo, and it does not align with the rhythm you learned to call yourself. This is not chaos for its own sake. It is a different order, one that does not explain itself to the surface. You feel the familiar habits of judgment rise up, ready to classify, to measure, to regain balance. They flicker like torches at the edge of the woods, but each attempt to name what is happening seems to thin the experience rather than clarify it. Meaning slips away when grasped too quickly. The forest responds not to force, but to presence. A mirror appears, not hanging, not held, simply there. You look, expecting distortion, expecting revelation. Instead, you see fragments. A face that feels yours but older, or younger, or perhaps timeless. An expression you do not remember choosing. The mirror does not accuse. It does not reassure. It reflects without mercy and without intent. You sense opposition everywhere. Light presses against shadow. Order leans into disorder. Silence carries more weight than speech. These are not enemies. They exist too close together to be separated. When you try to favor one, the other deepens. When you attempt to banish darkness, it thickens into substance. The psyche here does not reward purity. It insists on wholeness, even when wholeness feels unbearable. A river cuts through the terrain, dark and slow. Its surface reflects stars you do not recognize. You feel the urge to cross, to reach the other side where something might finally make sense. But the river resists interpretation. It does not offer a bridge. It invites neither courage nor retreat. It simply flows, carrying fragments of memory, desire, fear, and forgotten tenderness in its current. You realize that much of what you call yourself belongs to a narrower band of awareness, shaped by habit, praise, survival. Here that band feels thin, almost translucent. Beneath it moves something older, less concerned with coherence. It does not argue. It does not persuade. It waits, confident in its own persistence. Images begin to repeat. Fire appears, not as destruction, but as a slow-consuming warmth that asks what you are willing to let go of without promise of return. A temple emerges, not built of stone, but of attention, where every thought becomes audible, every impulse exposed. You feel both invited and judged, though no judgment is spoken. There is no teacher here, no doctrine, no reassurance that what you are encountering is safe or necessary. The experience does not adapt itself to your comfort. It unfolds according to a deeper rhythm, one that does not consult your preferences. You begin to sense that resistance itself is part of the encounter, that even your refusal has been anticipated. Night deepens, not as darkness alone, but as intimacy. The kind of night where boundaries soften and distinctions blur. You feel watched, not by an external presence, but by something within that knows you without explanation. It sees your hunger for meaning and your fear of losing yourself to it. It does not choose between them. The forest breathes. The river continues. The mirror remains. You are no longer oriented by direction or outcome. You are oriented by contact. Each image presses against you, not to teach, but to be endured. This descent does not ask you to understand. It asks you to stay, to remain present as the symbolic field closes around you, alive, autonomous, and unwilling to be reduced to sense alone. You begin to notice how the body responds before the mind has time to interfere. A tightening in the throat when a certain image returns. A warmth in the chest when another lingers a moment longer than expected. These reactions do not ask for interpretation. They arrive as facts, quiet and undeniable, like weather moving through an open field. You are inside the experience now, not observing it from a safe distance. The forest seems closer, almost intimate. Branches brush against you without resistance. You feel how easily you confuse movement with progress, how quickly you assume that walking forward means leaving something behind. Here, every step feels like a circling. The same images reappear, altered only slightly, as if testing your capacity to remain present without demanding novelty. You sense a figure nearby, not clearly formed, not separate enough to be named. It carries your gestures, your doubts, your familiar ways of shrinking and reaching. When you turn toward it, it turns as well. When you hesitate, it pauses. You realize that confrontation here does not mean opposition. It means proximity. The closer you stand, the less distinction remains. A fire glows at the edge of the clearing. It does not blaze. It does not threaten. It consumes slowly, methodically, without drama. You notice what it draws toward itself. Old ambitions, borrowed ideals, versions of yourself shaped by approval rather than necessity. The fire does not ask permission. It burns what has already loosened its hold on you. Thoughts rise up, attempting to narrate what is happening. They want to rescue you with coherence. They suggest meanings, lessons, outcomes. Each suggestion fades as soon as it forms. The symbolic field does not respond to explanation. It responds to endurance. You begin to sense that staying with the image, without translating it, allows something subtler to emerge. A door appears where there was none before. It stands slightly open, revealing neither light nor darkness beyond it. You feel the familiar impulse to prepare yourself, to decide whether you are ready. But readiness seems irrelevant here. The door exists because it exists. Crossing it would not grant clarity. It would only deepen the conversation already underway. You notice how judgment softens when it no longer has a clear object. Without categories to cling to, it loses momentum. What remains is a kind of listening that does not strain. You are not trying to extract meaning from the experience. You are allowing meaning to press back against you, shaping you from the inside. The mirror returns, now closer. You see expressions pass across your face that you do not remember choosing. Weariness, longing, a strange relief. None of them stay long enough to be claimed. You understand that identity here is fluid, more like a current than a structure. Trying to fix it would only interrupt the flow. You feel the presence of something larger than your usual sense of self, not above you, not below you, but surrounding and permeating. It does not inflate you. It humbles you. You sense how small your personal narratives are within this wider field, and how precious they remain nonetheless. Nothing is discarded. Everything is recontextualized. As this realization settles, it does not resolve the tension you carry. It deepens it. You feel both held and exposed, both diminished and expanded. The psyche does not move toward comfort here. It moves toward truth as experience, not as conclusion. And you remain within it, breathing, listening, allowing the next cycle to form without demanding that it arrive quickly. The rhythm changes almost imperceptibly. Nothing new announces itself, yet everything feels slightly rearranged, as if the same room has been entered from another angle. You notice how the images no longer rush toward you. They wait. Their patience feels deliberate, almost instructive, though no instruction is given. The silence between moments grows thicker, more articulate than speech. The river returns to the center of awareness. You are no longer tempted to cross it. Instead, you find yourself watching how it moves, how it carries fragments of you without asking for ownership. Reflections drift past, memories without narrative, emotions without explanation. You recognize them, not by content, but by texture. They feel lived, even when you cannot place them in time. A sense of opposition stirs again, but it no longer feels hostile. Light and shadow move closer, overlapping rather than colliding. You realize how much effort you have spent trying to separate them, believing that clarity depends on exclusion. Here, clarity emerges from coexistence. The tension does not dissolve. It becomes inhabitable. You feel the presence of a voice that is not verbal. It does not argue or persuade. It simply presses forward, steady and indifferent to your preferences. When you resist, it does not push harder. It waits until resistance exhausts itself. You sense that this voice has outlasted many versions of you, and will outlast many more. Images of order surface, shelves neatly arranged, systems aligned, goals defined. They carry a familiar comfort, yet when they appear here, they feel fragile, almost provisional. They seem to ask for something in return, a sacrifice of depth, a narrowing of vision. You feel the cost immediately, even before any choice is made. The forest opens into a clearing that feels less like a place and more like a pause. You stand without urgency. The need to progress fades. In its place arises a quiet attentiveness, the kind that does not seek reward. You notice how this attentiveness allows contradictions to remain unresolved without strain. A memory surfaces, not specific, but emotional. The feeling of having once known something intimately and then forgotten it in order to function. The feeling carries both loss and necessity. You understand that forgetting was not a failure. It was a condition of survival. Yet remembering now feels equally necessary, even if it complicates everything. The fire appears again, lower now, closer to embers than flame. Its heat is gentle, persistent. It does not destroy. It refines. You sense how it alters what remains after the obvious has burned away. What survives feels quieter, less eager to announce itself. It carries a weight that does not need validation. You notice how the mirror no longer startles you. You glance into it without expectation. What you see does not surprise you, even though it continues to change. You recognize the familiarity of multiplicity. You are not one thing here. You never were. The realization does not fracture you. It steadies you. The experience does not crescendo. It deepens. The psyche seems less interested in revelation than in endurance. You feel how each return to the same symbols alters your relationship to them. They are no longer obstacles or guides. They are companions, persistent and alive, accompanying you as the descent continues, unhurried, unfinished, and quietly exacting. Something settles into place without announcing itself. Not an answer, not an insight you can carry away, but a shift in how you inhabit the experience. You feel less compelled to orient yourself. The need to know where you are fades, replaced by a willingness to remain where you are found. The symbolic field no longer presses against you with the same urgency. It surrounds you, steady and intimate. The forest feels familiar now, not because it has revealed its paths, but because you have stopped demanding that it do so. You sense how your attention has changed its quality. It is softer, less acquisitive. You are no longer gathering impressions. You are letting them pass through you, altering you in ways that do not announce themselves immediately. The door you noticed before is still there. It has not moved. It has not opened further. You realize that it no longer matters whether you cross it. Its presence alone has already done its work. It has unsettled the assumption that every threshold must be passed, that every possibility must be exhausted. Some doors exist to be acknowledged, not entered. A subtle grief moves through you, quiet and unadorned. It carries the weight of all the moments when you tried to outrun what was asking to be lived slowly. The grief does not accuse. It does not demand repair. It simply rests in awareness, allowed to be what it is without explanation. You notice how allowing its space changes its texture. It becomes less sharp, more spacious. The river seems closer again, though you have not approached it. You hear it now, a low continuous sound beneath everything else. It feels like time stripped of narrative, movement without destination. You sense how much of yourself has been shaped by resisting this sound, by insisting on beginnings and endings. Here, continuity takes precedence over resolution. Light filters through the forest in uneven patterns. It does not illuminate everything at once. It reveals fragments, then withdraws. You feel how this partial illumination mirrors your own awareness. Understanding arrives in flashes, never complete, never final. Each glimpse leaves something untouched, waiting for another angle, another return. The figure you sensed earlier feels closer now, less distinct, almost indistinguishable from you. You stop trying to locate it. You feel it instead, in the way your thoughts hesitate before forming, in the way emotion surfaces without narrative. You realize that opposition here has softened into intimacy. What once felt like another now feels like a depth you are learning to tolerate. The fire has almost gone out. What remains is warmth without spectacle. You feel how this warmth settles into your chest, not as excitement, but as steadiness. It does not motivate. It stabilizes. It asks nothing. It remains. You sense how the symbolic field has altered you without ceremony. You are not enlightened. You are not healed. You are simply less defended. The images continue to exist independently of you. They have not been absorbed or mastered. They coexist with you now, shaping your interior landscape without demanding acknowledgement. As this cycle completes itself, there is no sense of arrival, only continuity. The psyche does not signal that it is finished speaking. It pauses as if taking a breath, preparing not for an ending, but for a different kind of return, one that carries everything that has been endured into a quieter, more integrated presence. The atmosphere tightens without becoming heavy. You feel it as a gathering rather than a push, like air drawn slowly into a lung that knows how to wait. Nothing accelerates, nothing resolves, yet something concentrates, as if all the images that have followed you are leaning inward, listening to one another through you. The forest does not recede. It grows quieter. Leaves no longer rustle to announce themselves. Paths remain indistinct, but their ambiguity no longer troubles you. You sense that disorientation has shifted its meaning. It is no longer a lack of direction. It is a suspension of the need for direction at all. Light and shadow mingle more intimately now. They no longer alternate. They coexist within the same breath. You notice how this changes your inner posture. There is less reaching, less recoil. The tension you once felt between opposites has not disappeared. It has softened into a kind of steady pressure, like hands resting firmly on your shoulders, grounding rather than restraining. The river feels closer than ever, though it still does not invite crossing. Its sound deepens, not louder, but fuller. You sense that it carries everything without discrimination, joy and dread, memory and anticipation, longing and fatigue. You recognize yourself in this movement, not as an identity, but as a continuity that has survived many names. A mirror appears again, but this time you do not look for yourself within it. You notice instead how it reflects the space around you, the forest, the river, the fire's last glow. You realize that the mirror has never been only about self-recognition. It has been about relationship, about how inner and outer exchange their roles when attention deepens. The feeling of being addressed returns, stronger now, but still without words. It does not seek agreement. It does not seek obedience. It seeks contact. You sense how much of your life has been shaped by avoiding this kind of contact, by preferring clarity over presence, explanation over endurance. Here, those preferences loosen on their own. A memory surfaces of standing alone at night, long ago or perhaps not so long ago, when the world felt vast and indifferent and strangely intimate at the same time. That memory blends with the present moment until you cannot tell which came first. Time folds inward, not collapsing, but layering itself, depth upon depth. The fire, nearly gone, flickers once more. Not higher, just brighter for a moment. You feel what remains after burning is complete. Not purity, not emptiness, a residue of attention, refined by staying rather than escaping. You sense how this attention does not belong to you alone. It feels shared, as if many lives have passed through this same interior terrain. The figure you once perceived as other is no longer locatable. You feel it as a presence distributed throughout your body, in the way your breathing has slowed, in the way your thoughts no longer rush to define themselves. You realize that what frightened you at first was not its difference, but its familiarity. There is a pressure now, subtle but undeniable, not to act, not to decide, to remain open without becoming diffuse, to hold the field without grasping it. You sense how rare this posture is, how quickly it is usually replaced by movement or conclusion. Here it is sustained, not by effort, but by trust in the process itself. The symbols you have encountered gather without merging. The forest, the river, the mirror, the fire, the door, none of them collapse into a single meaning. They form a constellation, not a system. Their coherence arises from proximity, not hierarchy. You feel how this constellation mirrors the structure of your own inner life, fragmented yet whole, unresolved yet alive. A quiet lucidity emerges, not sharp, not triumphant. It feels like standing in early morning light before the day asserts its demands. You are aware of your limits without being confined by them. You are aware of depth without needing to plummet further. The psyche feels less like a problem to be solved and more like a landscape to be inhabited. The intensity does not peak. It steadies. The crescendo is not a climax, but a fullness, a saturation of presence that leaves no single point emphasized. You sense how easily this state could be lost, how quickly the familiar rhythms of judgment and urgency might return. Yet for now, they remain at a respectful distance. You remain within the field, neither advancing nor retreating. The symbols breathe around you. The silence thickens, not as absence, but as containment. And in this containment, you feel the weight of something enduring, something that does not seek to be finished, something that will continue to speak long after this moment has softened back into the ordinary texture of your days. You do not leave this place. It loosens its hold instead. The forest does not vanish. It recedes into a subtler register, as if it has learned how to live behind your eyes. The river continues to move, not away from you, but within you, carrying its sound into quieter hours. You feel it most when nothing else is asking for your attention. There is a gentleness now, not relief, not resolution, but a softening of the inner posture that once strained to hold everything together. You notice how the need to conclude has faded. The urge to translate experience into meaning no longer presses as hard. Something has shifted from grasping to accompanying. The mirror remains, though you no longer seek it out. At times it appears without warning, in the face of another, in a sudden memory, in the way light falls across a familiar room. When it does, It reflects less of who you think you are and more of how you are relating. You sense that this was always its function, to reveal movement rather than form. The door is still there. It has not opened further. It has not closed. You understand now that it was never meant to be crossed in the way you once imagined. Its presence continues to remind you that not every threshold demands passage. Some exist to interrupt certainty, to keep the psyche from hardening around fixed conclusions. You feel the fire as warmth rather than flame. It lingers in your chest, steady and unobtrusive. It does not urge you toward transformation. It simply maintains a temperature in which transformation remains possible. You sense how easily this warmth could be ignored, how often it has been in the past, yet it does not withdraw because of that. The symbols do not disperse. They settle into a quieter orbit, less visible but no less alive. They will return when called, and when not called at all. You understand that their autonomy is essential. They are not tools. They are presences. They belong to a depth that does not consult your plans. You notice how the world feels slightly altered as you turn back toward it. Not brighter, not darker, just less final. Conversations carry more layers. Silences feel less empty. Even conflict seems to open inward rather than outward, revealing tensions that do not ask to be resolved immediately. There is no instruction offered now, no final orientation. What remains is a quality of listening that has learned how to endure ambiguity without collapsing into confusion. You feel this listening when you pause before speaking, when emotion arises without explanation, when an image surfaces and you allow it to stay unclarified. You sense the continuation of the dialogue, not as an obligation, but as a fact of inner life. The unconscious does not retreat because you have listened once. It continues to move, to shape, to respond. What has changed is not its activity, but your willingness to remain in relationship with it. This relationship does not promise peace. It offers contact. It does not guarantee meaning. It sustains presence. You feel how easily it could be drowned out by noise, by urgency, by the familiar demand to be certain. Yet you also sense how resilient it is, how patiently it waits beneath those demands. As this moment loosens its shape, you do not carry it away as a lesson. You carry it as a resonance. It will return in fragments, in dreams, in moments when the world feels slightly misaligned. When it does, you may recognize the feeling, not as something new, but as something that has been with you all along. You remain here, even as you move on. The forest breathes. The river flows. The mirror reflects. The fire holds its warmth. And somewhere within this quiet continuity, the conversation continues, unhurried, unfinished, alive. Refinding the soul. You sense it before any thought forms around it. A subtle pressure gathers behind your eyes, not painful, just insistent. Your breath hesitates, as if listening. Nothing in the room has changed, yet something inside you no longer rests where it used to. The familiar has thinned. The surface of your life feels quieter, almost hollow, as though a deeper sound is waiting underneath. It does not arrive as insight or realization. There is no sentence you can repeat to yourself. It comes as atmosphere, as weight, as the feeling that the ground beneath your certainties has softened. You remain functional, composed, recognizable even to yourself. And still, something has begun to loosen its grip, or perhaps something else has tightened it. You might try to distract yourself, to fill the space with movement, noise, explanation. But the sensation persists. It waits patiently, like a figure standing just outside your field of vision. You do not see it directly. You sense its presence through the way your attention drifts inward without permission, through the way silence stretches longer than expected. It feels like standing at the edge of a forest at twilight. The path behind you is clear, shaped by habit and repetition. You know how to walk it. You have walked it many times. Ahead, the trees gather into shadow. There is no sign, no warning, no promise. Only depth. Only the sense that remaining where you are now requires more effort than stepping forward ever did. A quiet unease settles in your chest. Not fear exactly, more like recognition. Something in you knows this terrain, though you have never consciously visited it. It is ancient. It speaks without language. It does not explain itself. It waits for you to stop asking the wrong questions. Your mind searches for orientation. It wants cause and effect. It wants clarity, direction, reassurance. None arrives. Instead, there is a widening inner space, like a room whose walls have slowly moved outward while you were not looking. You realize that what is unfolding cannot be controlled or improved. It cannot be solved. It can only be entered. Images begin to flicker at the edge of awareness. A door that opens inward. A mirror clouded with breath. A river moving beneath a frozen surface. They do not demand interpretation. They arise and recede, carrying a quiet authority. You feel them more than you understand them. They touch something below thought. There is a faint sense of loss, though you cannot name what has been lost. Perhaps it is an identity that once held you together. Perhaps it is an expectation you no longer believe in. Whatever it is, it leaves behind a hollow space that does not feel empty for long. Something else begins to breathe there. You notice how your body responds before your mind does. The shoulders soften. The jaw releases. The breath deepens on its own. It is as if another intelligence has taken over the rhythm, guiding you toward stillness rather than action, toward listening rather than doing. You stand at this threshold without instruction. No voice tells you what comes next. No hand reaches out to guide you. Only the quiet certainty that something within you has turned inward, downward, away from the daylight structures of explanation and toward a darker source of knowing. The door does not open yet. It simply remains before you. And in that waiting, you understand this much. The movement has already begun. You are no longer outside what is calling you. You are standing inside the question itself. You step forward without fully deciding to. The forest does not part for you. It closes around you. Light thins, not suddenly, but patiently, as if the world is teaching your eyes a different way of seeing. Shapes lose their sharp edges. What once stood apart now blends, tree into shadow, shadow into breath. You realize how much of your life depended on contrast, on clear outlines, on knowing where one thing ended and another began. Here, that certainty dissolves. You feel watched, not by something external, but by layers of yourself that have waited a long time for this moment. The descent is not dramatic. It is intimate. It happens in small adjustments. In the way your thoughts slow. In the way memory surfaces without context. In the way emotions rise without attaching themselves to a story. A voice appears, though it does not speak aloud. It does not announce itself as wisdom or guidance. It feels more like an echo returning from a place you once passed through without noticing. It asks nothing. It states nothing. It simply moves through you, stirring images that do not belong to waking life alone. You sense the presence of something autonomous within you. Not a function, not a mood, something with its own gravity. It does not obey your will. It does not respond to your preferences. It lives by different laws, older than your sense of identity, older than the roles you learned to play in order to survive. You feel the ego bristle at this realization, instinctively trying to reassert its authority. But authority has little meaning here. The descent does not strip you violently. It reveals you gradually, layer by layer, as if asking you to notice how much you have been carrying without question. Beliefs, ideals, images of who you should be. They loosen, not because they are wrong, but because they are no longer sufficient. You encounter shadow not as something evil or monstrous, but as density, as weight, as all that was excluded in order to remain acceptable, coherent, admired. Faces flicker in the dark, not strangers, but distorted reflections of yourself. Traits you disowned, desires you buried, vulnerabilities you armored over with competence and intellect. There is discomfort here, the kind that cannot be anesthetized with explanation. You feel exposed, though no one is watching. You feel uncertain, though nothing threatens you. It becomes clear that this descent is not about discovering something new. It is about meeting what has always been present, patiently waiting for your gaze. Images deepen, a temple half buried in earth, a fire that burns without heat, a mirror that does not reflect your face, only your posture, the way you stand in relation to yourself. You realize how rarely you have stood this close to your own interior without immediately turning away. Time behaves differently here. Moments stretch and fold back on themselves. Past and present bleed together. Childhood sensations arise alongside adult fears. You notice how the same emotional patterns repeat across decades, wearing different masks, speaking different languages, yet carrying the same charge. The descent shows you repetition not as failure, but as unfinished conversation. A river appears in your inner vision, slow and dark. You sense that it carries everything you refused to feel fully. Grief that was postponed, joy that was restrained, rage that was moralized away. The water does not accuse you. It moves steadily, asking only that you acknowledge its existence. There is temptation to retreat, to return to the surface where language works, where meaning can be summarized and shared. But something holds you here. Not force, not fear, a quiet recognition that turning back would not restore what was lost. The descent has already marked you. You begin to understand that this inner world is not symbolic in the way the mind prefers symbols. It is alive, responsive. It observes how you approach it, whether you try to dominate it with interpretation or whether you allow it to remain strange. The way you move through this space matters more than what you understand about it. You sense opposing forces at play, light and shadow, order and chaos, control and surrender. They do not seek resolution. They coexist, generating tension that feels almost creative. You realize that your suffering has often come from trying to choose one side, trying to eliminate the other, instead of allowing the friction to shape you. The descent teaches you without instruction. It shows you how much of your waking life was spent projecting this inner material outward, onto people, onto ideals, onto enemies and saviors. Here, those projections collapse back into you, not as blame, as responsibility. You feel smaller, and at the same time more real. Stripped of posture, stripped of performance. There is humility in this narrowing, though it does not feel virtuous. It feels necessary, like kneeling not in submission, but because standing would be dishonest. The forest grows denser. The night deepens, yet something within you steadies. You are no longer searching for an exit. You are learning how to remain, to listen, to let the images speak in their own rhythm, without rushing them toward meaning. The descent continues, not as a fall, but as a gradual surrender to depth. And somewhere in that depth, without announcement, something begins to stir. Not an answer, a presence, a quiet center forming within the tension itself. The presence does not reveal itself all at once. It moves like heat through stone, slowly, imperceptibly, changing structure before it changes sensation. You feel it first as pressure in the chest, a subtle compression that has nothing to do with emotion as you normally name it. It is older than feeling. It belongs to the body before language, before story, before choice. You notice how the images return, not as repetitions but as variations. The forest is still there, yet now it feels less external. The trees stand closer together, as if they are growing from inside you rather than around you. Their roots twist through memory and instinct, drawing nourishment from places you have never consciously visited. You realize that this landscape has always accompanied you, even when you believed yourself alone. A mirror appears again, but you do not look into it this time. You feel its presence behind you. You sense that turning toward it too quickly would collapse something delicate. Instead, you remain still. You allow the tension to exist without resolution. This restraint feels unfamiliar. Your life has trained you to act, to decide, to conclude. Here, action would be a kind of violence. Something in you begins to soften its demand for control. Not because you have chosen humility, but because control no longer works. The inner figures do not respond to force. They respond to attention, to patience, to a willingness to be altered by what you encounter. You feel the ego learning this reluctantly, like a ruler discovering that its laws do not apply in a foreign land. An image of fire rises, low and steady, not a blaze that consumes, but an alchemical flame that transforms by proximity alone. You sense how close you have always been to this fire without noticing it. How often you circled it indirectly, through ambition, through desire, through the pursuit of intensity outside yourself. Now it burns quietly, asking nothing but presence. Memories surface that do not feel personal in the usual sense. They arrive without narrative, without emotional charge, yet they carry weight. Scenes of waiting, of watching, of longing held in the body rather than expressed. You begin to see how much of your life unfolded as a negotiation between what you felt and what you allowed yourself to feel, between what wanted to live and what was permitted to exist. The shadow shifts here. It is no longer a collection of rejected traits. It becomes atmosphere, a density that permeates everything, including what you once called light. You sense that the division you relied on was never clean, that even your virtues were shaped by fear, and even your failures carried intelligence. This realization does not comfort you. It grounds you. A river moves through the scene again, but now you hear it, not as sound, but as rhythm, a pulse that aligns with your breath when you stop interfering. You notice how the river does not choose its course. It follows gravity, contour, resistance. You sense that your psyche moves in much the same way, guided less by intention than by accumulated pressures and hidden slopes. There is grief here, but it is quiet. Not the grief of loss, but of recognition, of seeing how much life was lived at a distance from itself, how many moments were endured rather than inhabited. The grief does not ask for tears. It asks for acknowledgement, for staying with the sensation instead of explaining it away. The presence deepens. It does not announce itself as the self, or as truth, or as soul. Those words feel too small here. It feels more like a center of gravity around which everything else slowly reorganizes, not into harmony but into coherence. The images do not disappear. They find new positions relative to this center. You realize that this revelation is not an insight you can carry back to the surface unchanged. It has already begun to alter the way you stand inside yourself, the way you listen, the way you endure uncertainty. You feel less compelled to escape the tension, less eager to name what is happening. The fire remains, the river flows, the forest breathes, and you remain with them, not as observer, not as master, but as participant in a process that does not rush toward completion. Something has been revealed, not as knowledge, but as orientation, and it quietly prepares the ground for what must deepen next. The depth does not expand, it concentrates. What once felt vast now feels intimate, almost claustrophobic, as if the symbols are drawing closer to test how much proximity you can endure. The forest presses in, not threatening, just present. You feel how easily you once used distance to protect yourself, distance from feeling, distance from contradiction, distance from your own contradictions. Here, distance collapses. You become aware of how often you live toward an image of yourself rather than from yourself. How posture replaced presence. How explanation replaced contact. This realization does not arrive as judgment. It arrives as weight settling into the spine, aligning you with gravity rather than aspiration. You feel heavier and strangely more stable. The mirror returns, and this time it stands before you. It does not reflect your face. It reflects movement, the subtle recoil when something feels too close, the habitual tightening when uncertainty appears. You watch yourself react before thought intervenes. You see how identity has been less a truth and more a reflex, rehearsed over years until it felt inevitable. Fire flickers again, but closer now. You sense its heat without pain. It warms what was numb. It illuminates what was avoided. You notice how desire lives here, not as craving, but as force. A current that animates your attention. You begin to understand how often desire was displaced onto objects, onto people, onto ideals, because its raw form felt too dangerous to hold. The river shifts course. It narrows. The current deepens. You feel how emotion works the same way, compressing when it is resisted, carving channels through the psyche over time. You recognize familiar bends, familiar floods. Patterns you once blamed on circumstance now appear as inner geography, shaped by repetition and avoidance. There is fear here, but it is quieter than you expected. It does not shout. It whispers. It asks whether you will stay present without guarantees, whether you will allow meaning to emerge instead of forcing it. You feel how fear has often disguised itself as reason, as caution, as intelligence. Here, it loses its authority without disappearing. A temple appears, not grand, not luminous, half buried in earth. Its entrance is low. You must bow to enter, not in reverence, but in honesty. Inside, there is no altar, no image to worship, only space, only echo. You realize how much of your seeking was directed outward, toward forms that could be admired or rejected, rather than toward this bare interior. You sit in that space without instruction. Thoughts arise and dissolve. Sensations pass through. There is no ceremony, no climax, just the slow recognition that something essential does not require validation, that what you have been circling cannot be possessed, only related to. This realization feels both relieving and unsettling. The presence at the center grows clearer, not brighter. It feels childlike, not innocent, but unfinished. Alive in a way that refuses finality. You sense how often you tried to mature too quickly, to close what was still becoming, to harden into certainty rather than remain open to growth. Here, development means staying porous. Light filters in not from above, but from within the walls themselves. The distinction between inner and outer begins to blur. You feel how meaning is not imposed on experience, but released from it when resistance softens. This is not transcendence. It is contact. You realize that this work cannot be rushed, cannot be optimized, cannot be shared in the way achievements are shared. It asks for a different rhythm, one that moves in cycles rather than lines, one that returns again and again to the same questions, each time from a slightly altered position. The symbols remain active. They do not resolve. They breathe. and as you remain with them, something shifts again. Subtle, irreversible. The center holds not as answer but as orientation, and you feel the movement preparing itself quietly for another turn deeper still. What deepens now is not intensity but precision. The images no longer arrive in waves. They appear one by one, measured, deliberate, as if the inner world is testing whether you can stay with a single impression without dissolving it into meaning. The forest grows quieter. Even the river seems to slow, its surface smoothing into something almost reflective. You notice how silence behaves here. It is not empty. It presses gently against your awareness, asking you to feel what remains when commentary fades. In that silence, you sense the subtle movements you usually ignore. The slight tightening in the stomach when uncertainty lingers. The impulse to reach outward for reassurance. The habit of preparing explanations before they are needed. A door appears not grand, not symbolic in any obvious way. It looks ordinary, almost forgettable. You realize how often you pass such doors in yourself without noticing them. Moments of hesitation, fleeting intuitions, quiet refusals. You feel how the psyche marks its thresholds subtly, trusting that attention will eventually mature enough to recognize them. You do not open the door. You stand before it. The restraint feels intentional now, no longer imposed. You sense that opening it prematurely would turn the encounter into an act of consumption rather than relationship. The inner world does not want to be taken. It wants to be met. Light shifts again, not brighter, not darker, simply different. It reveals texture, grain, imperfection. You see how much of your previous striving aimed at clarity, at purity, at resolution. Here, meaning feels granular, uneven, alive in contradiction. You feel the relief of not having to smooth it out. The childlike presence returns, closer now, not as an image, but as tone, a way of being that does not rush to define itself. You sense how this presence carries both fragility and authority, not derived from power, but from authenticity. It does not argue. It does not persuade. It simply exists, and in doing so rearranges what surrounds it. You begin to understand how often you lived as if completion were the goal, as if wholeness meant closure. Here, wholeness feels more like circulation, like breath moving in and out without conclusion, like a fire that must be tended, not extinguished or unleashed. The shadow integrates differently now. It no longer appears as content to be faced. It shows up as tone, as mood, as coloration of perception. You notice how judgment softens when you stop trying to separate yourself from what you dislike. How compassion emerges not as virtue, but as accuracy. There is a moment of fatigue, not exhaustion, but the weariness that comes from sustained presence. You feel how easy it would be to turn this experience into narrative, into teaching, into something useful. The temptation to translate arises. You recognize it without acting on it. This restraint feels like devotion. The river reflects the sky now, though you cannot tell where one ends and the other begins. You sense how inner and outer have always mirrored each other, not symbolically but dynamically. What you refuse inside seeks form outside. What you attend to inwardly reshapes how the world meets you. The center holds steady. It does not expand. It does not retreat. It simply remains, allowing everything else to orient around it. You feel how this steadiness does not eliminate conflict. It makes conflict inhabitable. You can stand within tension without needing to resolve it immediately. As this movement settles, you realize something essential has shifted. Not dramatically, not visibly. Your relationship to the inner world has changed. You are no longer approaching it as problem or project. You are beginning to recognize it as companion. The images remain. The door stays closed. The fire burns quietly, and you remain with them, not waiting for the next revelation, but allowing the current state to be enough. In that allowance, something prepares to return, carrying everything you have encountered without trying to gather it into form. What returns now is not new material, but altered gravity. The same symbols drift back into awareness, yet they no longer press against you with the same urgency. The forest still surrounds you, but you are no longer searching for a way through it. You sense how the need for direction has softened into orientation. You know where you are, even without knowing where this leads. The fire remains steady, no longer demanding attention. It burns as if it trusts you now, not because you understand it, but because you have stayed. You feel how trust forms here, not as belief, but as continuity, as showing up again and again without forcing outcome. Something in you learns this rhythm quietly. The river flows on, carrying less resistance. You notice how its movement now feels familiar, almost intimate. You recognize its currents in your daily moods, in the way thoughts rise and fall, in the way emotion moves through the body before it attaches itself to words. The river is no longer something to cross or analyze. It is something you live alongside. The mirror returns one last time, but it reflects less. It no longer shows reaction. It shows posture, how you stand in relation to uncertainty, how you breathe when meaning does not immediately arrive. You sense a subtle alignment taking place, not upright, not heroic, simply honest. You are less defended, less armored by explanation. The childlike presence settles into the background, not fading, but integrating. It no longer feels separate. You sense it as a quality in your perception, a willingness to remain unfinished, to allow growth without demanding maturity too soon. This presence does not replace your adult capacities. It tempers them. Light and shadow intermingle without struggle. You feel how opposition no longer needs to be resolved in order to be lived with. The psyche reorganizes itself around this allowance, like furniture rearranged not for appearance, but for movement. You sense greater space inside familiar structures. There is lucidity here, but it is quiet. Not the clarity of conclusion, but the clarity of contact. You know when you are avoiding yourself. You know when you are present. This knowing does not scold. It informs. It offers feedback without narrative. The intensity peaks without drama. It feels like standing at the center of a slow-turning wheel, aware of motion without being flung outward. You realize how much effort was once spent trying to escape this center, mistaking stillness for stagnation. Now stillness feels alive. Nothing resolves. Nothing closes. The symbols remain active, circulating through your inner life, no longer demanding interpretation. They have become companions rather than messages. You sense how this state cannot be held permanently, cannot be secured. It must be revisited, renewed, entered again and again. As the movement begins to soften, you feel no disappointment, no hunger for more, only a quiet readiness to return to the surface carrying this altered relationship within you, not as insight, but as tone, as way of standing, as way of listening. The energy does not dissipate. It settles. It finds its place in the body, in the breath, in the spaces between thought. And from that settling, something opens naturally, preparing the ground not for an ending, but for continuation. You do not leave this place the way you entered it. There is no clear boundary where the inner forest ends and the outer world begins again. The symbols do not withdraw. They remain faintly present, like a resonance carried in the body, rather than an image held in the mind. You notice this first in the breath, how it moves with less urgency, less demand to arrive somewhere else. The fire does not go out. It lowers itself into embers, into warmth that can be carried without effort. You sense it in moments of pause, in the spaces between words, in the quiet resistance you no longer feel toward not knowing. It becomes less something you attend to and more something that attends with you, steady and unobtrusive. The river continues its course, not as vision, but as rhythm. You feel it when emotions pass without gripping you, when thoughts arise and fade without insisting on explanation, when experience moves through you instead of stopping inside you. You recognize this flow not as mastery, but as familiarity, as something you have learned to live beside. You return to ordinary awareness with altered posture. The world looks the same, yet it meets you differently. Sounds arrive with more depth. Faces carry more ambiguity. Situations resist quick judgment. You sense how easily the old reflexes could return, how tempting it would be to harden again into certainty. That temptation does not frighten you. It feels expected. The mirror no longer stands before you. It has moved inside. You feel it when you react too quickly, when you close prematurely, when you explain instead of listening. And you feel it as gently when you pause, when you allow complexity to remain unresolved. The mirror does not accuse. It reflects. The childlike presence does not demand expression. It infuses perception subtly, keeping things unfinished, alive, capable of becoming more than they are. You sense how this presence resists final answers, not out of defiance, but out of fidelity to life itself. Growth, you feel now, is not accumulation. It is participation. Nothing you encountered asks to be believed in. Nothing asks to be repeated or shared as doctrine. What remains with you is quieter than belief. It is orientation, a way of turning inward without collapsing, a way of staying with tension without demanding release, a way of listening without needing to respond immediately. You understand that this dialogue does not end. It recedes and returns. It grows faint and grows loud. There will be days when the forest feels distant, when the river dries into habit, when the fire feels like memory rather than presence. This too belongs to the process. Nothing here promises permanence. As you move forward, you do not carry conclusions. You carry relationship, a living contact with something that cannot be owned or finalized. It will speak again, not necessarily in images, not necessarily in words, but in the subtle shifts of attention that draw you back toward yourself. And even now, as this moment settles, you can feel it, the quiet continuation, the sense that something remains awake within you, patient, listening, breathing alongside your own breath, not waiting for an ending, simply staying. The desert and hell. You arrive here without fully knowing why. Something in you has already stepped ahead, crossed a thin line you did not see, and now waits in silence. There is no announcement, no instruction, only the sense that the ground beneath familiar thoughts has shifted, just enough to make you pause. You feel it as a tightening in the chest, or as a dull pressure behind the eyes, or as a restlessness that refuses to be named. You thought you were moving forward, yet something has called you inward. Not gently, not violently, simply with the certainty of a presence that does not ask for permission. You notice how quiet it becomes when you stop trying to explain yourself. In that quiet, an image flickers, a threshold, a door that was always there, disguised as ordinary life. You stand before it without resolve. There is no promise on the other side, only a feeling that turning away would cost more than stepping through. You sense a vastness that does not comfort you. It does not reassure. It does not flatter the ego with visions of improvement or transcendence. It waits, patient and impersonal, like a desert at dusk. You feel how much of your life has been lived outward, toward faces, events, demands, roles. How rarely you have remained with yourself, when nothing answered back. How quickly you learned to fill silence with intention. Yet now intention falters. The old methods do not follow you here. What carried you before feels strangely useless, like tools made for another terrain. A dryness settles in, not emptiness, but exposure. The kind that strips away illusions without cruelty. You realize that whatever has called you does not want performance. It does not want achievement. It wants endurance. It wants you to stay when there is nothing to grasp. This is not the absence of meaning. It is the suspension of borrowed meaning. You notice resistance rising, subtle and sharp, a voice that mocks this stillness. That calls it pointless, indulgent, dangerous. You recognize that voice. It has protected you for a long time. It has kept you functional, admired, intact. And yet it trembles here, as if it knows it cannot rule this place. You breathe. The breath feels heavier than before, as though it must pass through layers you had forgotten. With each breath, something loosens. Not relief, but access. You begin to sense the depth beneath your thoughts, beneath even your emotions. A depth that does not speak in arguments or conclusions. It speaks in images, tensions, long silences. You are not descending yet. Not fully. This is the moment before movement, when the psyche gathers itself. You feel both the pull to remain at the surface and the gravity that draws you downward. Neither wins. They coexist, locked in a quiet conflict that does not seek resolution. You stand at the threshold, aware now that what waits ahead is not an answer, but a relationship. Not a solution, but a demand for presence. Whatever unfolds will unfold without haste. It is all the time you have avoided giving yourself. You step forward and the air changes. The threshold does not close behind you, yet it recedes, as if distance is no longer measured by steps but by attention. What surrounds you now feels unfamiliar not because it is strange, but because it is intimate in a way you once avoided. The landscape has no clear horizon. Sand stretches outward, pale and burning, yet the heat seems to rise from within you rather than from above. This place does not welcome you, but it does not reject you either. It receives you with indifference, which is far more unsettling. You sense how exposed you are, without the noise of roles and reactions. Every movement of thought echoes too loudly here. Every intention reveals itself as a weight you carry, unnecessary and exhausting. As you move deeper, images begin to surface without order. A mirror half buried in the sand, reflecting nothing recognizable. A door standing alone, detached from walls or shelter. A river that appears only when you stop looking for it, then vanishes the moment you try to approach. These images do not explain themselves. They do not ask to be understood. They insist on being endured. You feel the presence of voices, not speaking clearly, not forming sentences, but pressing against your awareness like a crowd behind a thin wall. They carry contradictions, longing mixed with contempt, reverence tangled with mockery. You realize these are not strangers. They have always been with you, shaping choices, coloring perceptions, guiding you while pretending to be you. Confusion arises, sharp and immediate. You want orientation. You want to know where this leads. But the desert does not respond to questions. It responds only to patience, and patience feels like punishment here. Time stretches. Waiting becomes heavy. You notice how quickly discomfort tempts you to flee back into distraction, into movement for its own sake. The ground beneath you feels unstable, as though it could give way without warning. You sense that if you continue, something in you will be stripped bare. Not symbolically, literally in the inner sense. Beliefs you thought essential begin to feel ornamental. Habits that once provided safety now appear brittle, unable to survive this exposure. A thought crosses your mind, sudden and sharp. Perhaps this is madness. Perhaps you have gone too far inward. The idea frightens you, and the fear itself becomes another figure in the landscape. It does not chase you. It waits, watching to see whether you will collapse into it or move through it. You realize that control is useless here. Effort only thickens the air. The more you try to manage what arises, the more entangled you become. Something in you must learn a different posture, one that allows images to pass without grasping, without rejection. This feels like surrender, but not the kind that promises peace. It promises uncertainty. A memory surfaces uninvited. A moment when you avoided solitude by surrounding yourself with noise, with people, with ambition. You see how often you escaped yourself, mistaking movement for life. The desert reflects this without judgment. It shows you how much you relied on the outer world to avoid confronting the barrenness within. The sun hangs low, unmoving. Its light does not comfort. It illuminates everything equally, including what you would rather keep hidden. Shadows stretch long and distorted. You recognize pieces of yourself in them, traits you dismissed or denied. They do not accuse you. They simply stand there, waiting to be seen without commentary. You feel thirst now, not for water, but for meaning. The old meanings fail you here. They crumble when touched. You begin to understand that this place does not strip you to destroy you. It strips you to see what remains when nothing familiar answers back. Waiting deepens. The silence grows heavier, almost audible. You feel how the psyche resists this emptiness, how it tries to fill it with fantasies of future clarity or past certainty. Each fantasy dissolves quickly, leaving you more alone than before. And yet, within this aloneness, something steadies. You notice a subtle shift. The voices grow quieter, not because they have disappeared, but because you are no longer reacting to them. The desert remains vast, but it no longer feels hostile. It feels exact. It shows you that this descent is not a journey toward illumination, but toward honesty. You are no longer seeking answers. You are learning how to remain present when nothing resolves. The images continue to move around you, slow and deliberate. The mirror catches a glimpse of your face, then clouds over. The door remains closed. The river murmurs somewhere out of sight. You understand now that this is not a passage to be completed. It is a field to be inhabited. The descent does not promise emergence. It promises contact. And as you stand here, surrounded by silence, you feel the first fragile recognition that something within you has begun to listen back. The longer you remain, the more the desert rearranges itself around your inner weather. What once appeared barren begins to reveal subtle movement. The sand shifts in patterns too slow to notice at first, like thought before language. You sense that nothing here is static, not even emptiness. Even the stillness breathes. An image forms without warning. You see yourself walking, not forward, not backward, but inward, as if the path curves beneath the surface of awareness. Each step feels heavier than the last, yet more precise. You are no longer wandering. You are being drawn, not by desire, but by inevitability. The feeling is unsettling. It removes the comfort of choice. A mirror appears again, clearer now. You look into it expecting distortion, but what unsettles you is its accuracy. You see the face you present to the world, and behind it, faintly, other faces layered like translucent masks. None of them are false. None of them are whole. You realize how much effort you have spent defending one image against the others, mistaking consistency for truth. The mirror does not judge. It does not reveal secrets dramatically. It simply holds what is already there. You notice how quickly the ego wants to intervene, to select, to explain, to discard. You resist that impulse, not through discipline, but through fatigue. You are tired of choosing who you must be. The heat intensifies, not the heat of punishment, but of exposure. Old memories surface, not as narratives, but as sensations. A tightening in the stomach, a familiar shame behind the eyes, a quiet resentment you never allowed yourself to feel fully. These are not presented for analysis. They rise like smoke from buried embers. You feel the urge to escape into understanding, to name what is happening, to turn this experience into a story of growth. The urge itself becomes visible. You see it as another defense, another way of avoiding direct contact. Here, understanding is premature. Meaning has not yet earned its place. A forest edge appears at the horizon, dark and dense, impossible in this landscape. You move toward it without deciding to. The trees do not welcome you. Their branches twist inward, blocking light. You step beneath them, and the temperature drops. The desert fades behind you, replaced by shadow and damp earth. Inside the forest, sound changes. Your footsteps are muffled. The silence feels closer, more intimate. You sense presences here, not threatening, not benevolent. Simply alive. They do not speak, yet you feel watched. Not judged, witnessed. This awareness unsettles you more than hostility would. A river cuts through the forest, narrow and fast. Its surface reflects fragments of light, broken and restless. You kneel beside it, not to drink, but to look. In its movement you recognize your own inner flux. Thoughts, emotions, impulses, none of them stopping long enough to be grasped. You see how often you tried to dam this flow, how often you punished yourself for its unpredictability. The river offers no instruction. It does not ask you to surrender or to cross. It simply moves, indifferent to your struggle. Watching it, something loosens. You feel the strain of constant self-regulation begin to soften. Not disappear, but lose its tyranny. You realize how exhausting it has been to police your own depths. Fire flickers suddenly at the edge of your vision. A small flame, contained, deliberate. It does not spread. It does not consume. It burns with a quiet intensity that draws you closer. You sense its dual nature. It can destroy. It can illuminate. You recognize it as the same force that once fueled your ambition, now stripped of direction. You sit beside the fire and feel its warmth reach places long held rigid. The warmth does not comfort you. It awakens you. You become aware of grief you never allowed yourself to grieve, of anger you disguised as righteousness, of longing you buried under responsibility. None of it overwhelms you. It simply exists, finally acknowledged. Time dissolves here. You cannot tell how long you remain by the fire, watching the river, listening to the forest breathe. You sense that something is rearranging itself beneath conscious awareness. Old alignments loosening, new tensions forming. Not resolution, but reconfiguration. When you rise, the forest does not recede. It remains with you, even as you step back toward the open expanse. The desert awaits again, unchanged yet subtly altered. You understand now that these landscapes are not places you visit. They are states you carry. As you walk, the images begin to echo one another. Mirror, river, fire, forest. None stand alone. Each reflects an aspect of the same inner movement. You feel the emergence of a quiet insight, not yet articulate, but unmistakable. Something in you is learning how to stay present without domination, without collapse. The path continues, curving gently inward. You do not know what waits ahead. You only know that turning back would now feel like betrayal. And so you move on, carrying the heat, the shadow, and the slow awakening of a different kind of attention. As you move further, the rhythm of the inner terrain changes again. The desert no longer feels empty. It feels inhabited by echoes. Every step stirs something unseen, as if the ground itself remembers you. You sense that what rises now is older, less personal, shaped long before your own story began. A stone structure emerges ahead, half buried, half standing. A temple without walls. Its pillars are worn smooth, as if touched by countless hands over time. You step inside and notice there is no roof. The sky hangs directly above you, vast and indifferent. This place does not protect. It exposes. You feel a pressure here, subtle but undeniable. Not an external force, but an inner gravity pulling attention downward. Thoughts slow. Words thin out. Images take their place. You see fragments of lives that are not yours, yet feel intimately familiar. Gestures, fears, devotions, betrayals. You recognize them as patterns you have lived without naming. A voice rises, not as sound, but as presence. It does not tell you who you are. It asks nothing. It simply exists alongside you, vast and impersonal. You realize this is not guidance. It is the awareness that has always been there, waiting for you to stop filling the space with commentary. Your ego stirs uneasily. It searches for hierarchy, for meaning it can organize. It wants to place this presence above or below you, to name it, to claim it. Each attempt dissolves instantly. The presence cannot be owned. It cannot be worshipped or dismissed. It remains, unchanged by your reaction. You feel the tension of opposites tighten within you. Strength and incapacity. Insight and confusion. Devotion and resistance. They do not cancel each other out. They coexist, pressing against one another like tectonic plates. The pressure builds, not toward explosion, but toward depth. A dreamlike image unfolds. You see yourself carrying a burden, heavy and undefined. As you struggle, you notice others carrying similar loads, each convinced their weight is unique. You want to set it down, but something in you refuses. The burden feels necessary, even sacred. You understand that this weight is not imposed from outside. It is chosen, again and again, through identification. The realization does not free you. It complicates you. You see how often you clung to suffering as proof of worth, how endurance became identity. The insight burns quietly like embers beneath ash. It does not accuse. It reveals. You step out of the temple, and the landscape shifts once more. Night settles in, sudden and complete. The sky darkens, stars emerging sharp and distant. The light they offer is cold, precise. You feel small beneath them, but not insignificant. Your problems lose their drama here, yet remain real. In the darkness, figures appear at the edge of perception, shadowed forms that mirror your movements. When you stop, they stop. When you turn, they turn. You recognize them as aspects of yourself you once rejected, traits you disowned to maintain coherence. They do not threaten you. They wait, patient and unyielding. You feel fear rise, then soften. These figures do not want to be eliminated. They want recognition, not acceptance in a moral sense, but acknowledgement of existence. You sense how much energy you spent pushing them away, how that resistance shaped your life more than their presence ever could. A fire burns again, larger now, casting long shadows. You approach and see that the shadows are not distortions. They are extensions. They reveal dimension, depth, form. Without them, the light would flatten everything into illusion. You feel a shift in perception, subtle but profound. Darkness is no longer the enemy. It is the condition that allows form to emerge. You sit with this understanding, not as a conclusion, but as a living tension. The desire to transcend fades. In its place arises a willingness to remain incomplete, to allow contradiction without forcing synthesis. This feels like failure to the part of you trained to conquer, to resolve. Yet something deeper relaxes. The night deepens. Silence grows thicker, almost tactile. You sense that this is not a pause between movements. It is the movement itself, the psyche turning inward upon itself, not to escape the world, but to realign its center. When you rise again, the stars seem closer, as if the distance between inner and outer has thinned. You carry no revelation you can articulate, only a quiet reorientation, a sense that the work is happening beyond your grasp, and that your task is not to direct it, but to stay present as it unfolds. You continue on, knowing that what awaits will not clarify this experience, only deepen it. And for the first time, that does not trouble you. The path narrows without warning. What once felt expansive now presses inward, as if the terrain itself has decided to test your capacity to remain. You feel the return of resistance, quieter but more insistent. Not fear exactly, weariness, the kind that questions why you continue when nothing promises relief. A river reappears, wider this time, its current slower yet heavier. The water is dark, reflecting little. You sense that crossing it would require more than movement. It would require relinquishment. You stand at its edge, aware of how often you have approached such thresholds in life, hoping clarity would meet you halfway. It never did. You kneel and touch the surface. The water is cold, grounding. It does not respond to expectation. It does not part or welcome. It simply receives your hand and moves on. Watching it, you feel the subtle ache of all you have tried to preserve. All you feared losing would unravel you. The ache deepens, then steadies. An image forms, quiet and unsettling. You see yourself laying something down, though you cannot name it. It feels essential. It feels like identity. The hesitation is immediate. Without this weight, who are you? The question echoes, unanswered, until it loses urgency. You realize how often that question has ruled you, how rarely you allowed it to dissolve. The river seems to respond, not by changing, but by revealing a shallow passage you had not noticed. You step in slowly. The current pulls at your legs, testing balance. You move carefully, not heroically. Each step demands attention. You feel the strain of effort without the drama of conquest. Halfway across, the water rises. Panic flares, brief and sharp. You feel the old impulse to fight, to dominate the current. It subsides when you stop resisting. You adjust your posture, soften your stance. The water still pushes, but you remain upright. You learn, without words, that endurance is not opposition. On the far bank, the landscape opens again, but differently. The desert is still there, yet something has shifted in how you see it. It no longer feels like punishment. It feels like a necessary bareness, a space where nothing distracts from what remains unresolved. You recognize how resolution was never the point. A faint light appears at the horizon. Not dawn, not illumination. More like a thinning of darkness. You walk toward it without expectation. The ground beneath you feels firm, dependable. You notice how your breath has changed, slower, deeper. Not controlled, but settled. Memories return, not as wounds, but as textures. Moments of failure, of cruelty, of missed connection. They pass through you without hooking. You feel them fully, then they move on. This surprises you. You had believed they defined you. Here, they simply exist as part of a larger field. A door stands ahead, familiar and unfamiliar at once. You do not reach for it. You do not test the handle. You understand now that doors are not always meant to be opened. Some exist to mark a boundary, to remind you that not everything is accessible through effort. You stand before it, feeling neither triumph nor despair. Only presence. The fire, the river, the forest, the temple. They converge within you, not as symbols to be decoded, but as lived tensions. You sense the quiet formation of an inner alignment, provisional and fragile, yet real. The path continues beyond the door, curving out of sight. You do not know where it leads. You no longer demand to know. Something in you has shifted from seeking answers to sustaining contact. The work feels heavier and lighter at once. You turn away from the door and walk on, carrying nothing you can name. The silence follows you, not as absence, but as companion. And within that silence, the dialogue continues, unfinished, alive, asking only that you remain. You feel it before you understand it, a subtle tightening in the inner field, like breath held just a moment longer than comfort allows. Nothing dramatic announces itself. No vision descends. No voice clarifies what is happening. Yet something gathers, quietly, inevitably, as if all the earlier movements have been leaning toward this point without naming it. The desert grows still in a way that feels deliberate. Even the wind seems to pause. You sense the accumulation of everything you have carried so far, not as memories or insights, but as weight distributed differently within you. The burden you once dragged now rests closer to the center, no longer pulling you forward or back. An image rises slowly. A furnace, ancient and circular, built of dark stone. It does not blaze. It glows from within, steady and contained. You recognize this heat. It is not passion, not ambition. It is the quiet intensity of sustained attention, the kind that does not seek release. You step closer and feel the warmth penetrate without burning. It reaches places untouched by effort or will. You sense old identifications loosening, not violently, but through prolonged exposure. Like metal softened by heat, no longer rigid, no longer brittle. You realize this is not transformation as renewal. It is transformation as endurance. Thoughts attempt to intrude. They frame what is happening as progress, as achievement, as arrival. You watch them arise and dissolve without engagement. They feel thin here, inadequate. Language cannot contain this pressure. Any attempt to conclude feels premature, almost disrespectful to the process unfolding. The furnace does not demand sacrifice. It does not ask you to throw anything in, and yet you feel things falling away. Assumptions about who you are, narratives about where you are going. Even the identity of the seeker begins to thin. This unsettles you more than pain ever did. For a moment, panic surfaces, a sharp sense of groundlessness. If you are not striving, not improving, not becoming, then what remains? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. Then it loosens, like a knot untied without force. You see that the question itself belonged to an earlier orientation. A mirror stands nearby, not reflecting your face, but the furnace behind you. You see yourself only indirectly, as part of the field that surrounds the fire. Subject and object blur. You are both the one who watches and what is being watched. The realization is not ecstatic. It is sobering. The pressure intensifies, not toward climax, but toward concentration. Everything extraneous fades. Past and future lose their grip. You are here, fully, without commentary. The silence becomes dense, alive. It does not soothe you. It holds you. You feel the presence of something vast, not external, not internal. It does not guide. It does not judge. It simply is. You recognize it as the ground that has always been there, obscured by noise, by intention, by fear of stillness. Contact with it is not revelation. It is recognition. The furnace dims slightly, not extinguished, but stabilized. The heat remains, quieter now, integrated. You sense that this intensity will not leave you. It will accompany you into ordinary moments, into speech, into action, altering them subtly without announcing itself. There is no triumph here, no sense of having passed a test, only a deepening seriousness, a humility that does not abase but aligns. You feel how much responsibility this contact carries, not as obligation, but as consequence. Once seen, it cannot be unseen. The silence stretches, then gently loosens. The desert returns to awareness. The stars, the ground, your breath. Everything is the same. Everything is altered. The crescendo does not resolve. It stabilizes like a sustained note that fades without ending. You sense the movement turning now, not away from the depths, but back toward life with them intact. The work does not recede. It embeds itself, asking not for explanation, only for continued presence. You do not leave this place. It releases you only in appearance. What is gathered here settles quietly into the background of your awareness, altering how you stand, how you listen, how you move through ordinary hours. Nothing announces itself. No mark distinguishes you from who you were before. And yet the inner weather has changed. You notice it first in small moments, in pauses that once felt unbearable and now simply exist, in reactions that soften before becoming action, in the way silence no longer feels like absence, but like a field in which something watches alongside you. You realize that what you touched was not meant to be held. It was meant to be lived with. The desert remains within you, not as deprivation, but as clarity. A space where illusions thin out quickly, where excess cannot hide. You sense how easily you could abandon it again, how tempting it would be to fill that space with noise, certainty, and tension. The option remains open. It always will. Nothing here binds you by force. The images return occasionally, not in sequence, not on command. A flicker of fire behind the eyes when attention deepens. The echo of water moving when you release control. The feeling of standing before a door you do not need to open. These are not symbols to interpret. They are reminders of relationship. You sense that the dialogue has not ended. It has only changed tempo. What once demanded dramatic dissent now asks for quiet fidelity. To notice when the old voices reclaim authority. To recognize when cleverness mocks simplicity. To stay with what feels unresolved without rushing to improve it. There is no final alignment to maintain. No state to protect. What exists now is a living tension, fragile and resilient at once. It will shift. It will be tested. You will forget it at times. That forgetting is not failure. It is part of the rhythm of return. You move back into life carrying less explanation and more presence. The world does not appear transformed, yet your contact with it has subtly reoriented. Events no longer demand meaning immediately. You allow them to arrive first, to register in the body before the mind intervenes. This changes everything quietly. You understand now that the work does not belong to solitude alone. It breathes through speech, through conflict, through intimacy, through fatigue. The depths do not ask you to withdraw from life. They ask you to meet it without abandoning yourself. When questions arise, you let them stand longer than before. When discomfort surfaces, you resist the urge to anesthetize it with certainty. You remember that waiting is not emptiness, but incubation, that nothing essential blooms under pressure. You sense the presence again, faint but unmistakable. Not above you, not within you, with you. It does not demand belief or obedience. It asks only that you continue listening, even when the voice grows quiet, even when nothing seems to respond. The dialogue continues in silence now, in breath, in attention, in the spaces between reactions. You walk on without conclusion, accompanied by something that does not guide you forward, but keeps you honest where you stand. And that presence remains, unfinished, alive, waiting with you. The conception and Mysterium encounter. You arrive without fully knowing why you are here. There is no clear intention guiding you, only a subtle pressure behind your thoughts, like a door that has been leaning inward for some time and has finally begun to give way. Something has shifted, not dramatically, not violently, quietly, the kind of shift you only notice when silence starts to feel crowded. You sense it first as unease, a restlessness that does not belong to fear alone. It feels older than anxiety, heavier than doubt. It hums beneath your daily gestures, beneath your words, beneath the face you show the world. You can still function. You can still speak and decide and move. Yet something inside you has stopped agreeing automatically. A tension has formed between what you do and what watches you doing it. You stand at a threshold that does not announce itself. There is no sign, no instruction, no promise waiting on the other side. Only the awareness that the familiar ground has grown thin. The old structures that once held your certainty now echo when you step on them. They still exist, but they no longer feel solid. They feel rehearsed, borrowed, like clothes that once fit perfectly and now sit awkwardly on your shoulders. You may feel a strange pull toward what you once avoided, toward questions that do not resolve cleanly, toward images that disturb your sense of order, toward a quiet voice that does not command, yet does not leave you alone. It does not explain itself. It simply waits, patient, insistent, as if it knows you will eventually have to listen. There is a sense of loss here, though nothing obvious has been taken from you. A loss of certainty, a loss of the hero you once believed you had to be. The part of you that thrived on direction, on clarity, on moving forward without looking down. That part still breathes, but it has grown tense, defensive, proud in ways you no longer trust. You feel it when you slow down, when the noise fades just enough for another rhythm to be heard. Something raw, something unfinished, something that does not ask to be fixed, only acknowledged. It presses against you from within, not as an enemy, but as a presence that has been waiting for your attention. Images begin to surface without your permission. A dark forest at dusk, a narrow gate standing open, unattended, fire flickering without warmth, a child watching from a distance, neither innocent nor corrupt, simply there. These images do not explain themselves. They do not arrive to comfort you. They arrive because they must. You sense that whatever is approaching cannot be managed the way you manage tasks or problems. It will not respond to control. It will not submit to force. It requires something else from you, something quieter, something more dangerous, a willingness to remain present without rushing toward meaning. You are not being asked to understand. Not yet. You are being asked to stay, to stand where you are without retreating into distraction or certainty, to feel the weight of what is stirring beneath the surface of your life. The threshold does not demand courage. It demands honesty, and so you remain, breathing, listening, allowing the tension to exist without resolving it. The door does not close behind you. It never does. What waits beyond it has already noticed you. You step forward, and the ground changes beneath you. Not suddenly, not violently, but unmistakably. What once felt like surface now feels porous, as if every step sinks slightly deeper than expected. The familiar orientation dissolves. Directions blur. Forward no longer feels different from inward. You realize that whatever you crossed was not a boundary in space, but an attitude. The images that hovered at the edge now surround you. They do not line up. They do not cooperate. They appear the way dreams do, with their own logic, their own gravity. A forest stretches endlessly, trees pressed close together, their branches tangled like unspoken thoughts. Light filters through in fragments, never enough to illuminate the whole. You move, but the forest does not clear. It thickens. You feel watched, though no eyes reveal themselves. The sensation does not come from outside. It rises from within, from a place that knows your movements before you make them. You sense figures forming in the dark, not characters, not symbols you can name, but presences shaped by tension. They carry qualities rather than faces. Pride without confidence, fear without object, desire without direction. The voice that accompanies you does not guide. It does not reassure. It reflects. When you tense, it grows silent. When you resist, it presses closer. You begin to notice how often you reach for control, how quickly you try to impose order when the unknown approaches. Here, that reflex fails. The more you attempt to dominate the terrain, the more it resists definition. You encounter the figure of strength you once relied on. It stands tall, familiar, composed of certainty and will. It is the part of you that believed clarity was a virtue and dominance a necessity. Yet here, it feels strangely rigid, out of place. Its confidence echoes hollowly, like armor worn in a place where movement matters more than protection. This figure does not attack you. It does not threaten. It simply stands between you and something else. Something smaller, quieter, something that does not look powerful at all. You feel irritation rise, impatience. Why should this fragile presence matter more than what has carried you this far? Why should the strong yield to the weak? The forest responds to this tension. The air grows heavier. Fire appears without warning, not consuming, but illuminating contradictions. You see how strength has hardened into pride, how certainty has narrowed perception, how the hero you trusted has begun to block rather than protect. The realization does not arrive as insight. It arrives as discomfort. You feel guilt, though you cannot yet name its source. It is not moral guilt. It is existential. The sense that something essential has been denied space to live. That something has been carried too long without being allowed to breathe. The weight of this realization presses down, not as punishment, but as gravity. Water emerges. A river cutting through the forest, dark and slow. It does not invite crossing. It reflects fragments of your face, distorted by movement. You recognize yourself and do not. The reflection shifts constantly, refusing to settle. You sense that the river carries what you have pushed aside. Unlived impulses, abandoned questions, feelings judged unworthy and buried. You hesitate at its edge. Part of you wants to turn back, to reclaim the surface, the clarity, the familiar world where meanings are fixed and roles are clear. Another part of you knows that retreat would not restore what was lost. The door behind you remains open, but it no longer feels like safety. It feels like repetition. Figures move near the water. Opposites that refuse separation. Beauty intertwined with cruelty. Wisdom bound to blindness. Love carrying the scent of danger. You recoil, then realize the recoil itself is part of the encounter. You are not meant to approve or condemn. You are meant to witness. The voice returns, quieter now, almost indistinguishable from your own breath. It does not ask what you think. It asks what you can endure. Can you remain present when contradictions do not resolve? Can you allow images to exist without translating them into conclusions? Can you stay when the ground refuses to become solid? You feel the temptation to escape into interpretation, to label, to categorize, to make sense. The forest resists this too. Every attempt to explain drains the images of their vitality. They grow thin when handled intellectually, like animals trapped in definitions. You begin to understand that meaning here is not extracted. It is lived. The descent deepens. The light fades further. You sense that something essential is being stripped away, not by force, but by exposure. The structures that once defined you cannot survive unchanged in this terrain. They were never meant to. They belong to another layer of life. You do not yet know what will remain. You only know that what descends with you must be willing to change. The forest closes in gently, relentlessly, and you continue not because you are certain, but because turning back no longer feels possible. You move deeper and time loosens its grip. Minutes stretch, thoughts slow. The rhythm of your breath becomes louder than your inner commentary. The forest no longer feels like a place you are walking through. It feels like a state you are entering, a density that wraps itself around your attention and asks you to stay. You begin to notice how sensations carry memory. The smell of damp earth stirs something ancient in you, something that existed before explanation. The crackle of distant fire awakens a tension you recognize from childhood, from moments when fascination and fear lived side by side. These impressions do not arrive as recollections. They arrive as living currents, moving through you without asking permission. A clearing opens, not wide, not welcoming. In its center stands a mirror, tall and unadorned, resting directly on the ground. It does not reflect the forest behind you. It reflects movement within you. When you approach, your image shifts. Sometimes you appear older, sometimes younger. Sometimes your face carries authority. Sometimes it carries need. You realize the mirror is not interested in accuracy. It is interested in truth. You feel the urge to look away. The mirror exposes something you have learned to keep functional but distant. The tension between who you present and who watches from behind that presentation. The observer you have relied on for control now finds itself observed. This reversal unsettles you. It strips away the illusion that awareness belongs solely to the ego. Heat rises. Fire flickers at the edges of the clearing, not threatening, not consuming. It illuminates the mirror from different angles, revealing images layered beneath images. You see moments when pride saved you, moments when it isolated you, moments when humility felt like weakness, moments when it felt like relief. None of these moments cancel the others. They coexist, demanding space together. You feel resistance tighten in your chest. A familiar reflex. The need to choose one image and reject the rest. To define yourself by a single narrative that feels manageable. The mirror refuses this. Each attempt to fix your identity causes the image to fracture further. You begin to understand that coherence here does not come from simplification, but from endurance. A presence forms beside you, not a figure you can name, not a voice you can quote. It feels like an atmosphere, like a pressure that invites surrender without command. You sense that this presence does not want your obedience. It wants your participation. It waits for you to stop defending your coherence. The fire grows brighter for a moment, and you see the hero again. Not as a figure standing apart, but as a pattern woven through your history. The moments you chose strength over listening, action over reflection, victory over integration. You feel gratitude for this figure. It carried you when you needed momentum. It protected you when the world demanded certainty. And yet you also see its shadow. How it silenced softer impulses, how it dismissed ambiguity as weakness, how it demanded progress even when the soul asked for stillness. The realization does not condemn the hero. It places it in context, a role that has fulfilled its function and now resists relinquishing control. A sensation of grief emerges, subtle but persistent. Not grief for something lost, but for something delayed. Parts of you that waited patiently while the hero ran ahead. Feelings that were postponed for later. Questions that were buried under achievement. The mirror reflects this grief without dramatizing it. It simply holds it. You notice how the forest responds. The trees lean inward slightly as if listening. The river you passed earlier can be heard again, closer now. Its sound carries both continuity and change. Water moving forward by surrendering shape. You feel the metaphor settle into your body rather than your mind. Breath becomes an anchor. Inhale, the fire warms. Exhale, the mirror softens. You are no longer trying to understand what is happening. You are allowing yourself to be shaped by it. The presence beside you remains steady, unhurried. It does not rescue you from tension. It teaches you how to stay with it. The clearing does not resolve. The mirror does not disappear. The hero does not die dramatically. Instead, something quieter occurs. Your grip loosens, just enough. The forest does not open yet, but it no longer presses as tightly. You sense that this is not an ending, but a turning. A subtle reorientation that prepares the next descent without announcing it. And so you remain, suspended between reflection and movement, feeling the slow rearrangement taking place beneath your awareness, knowing that what comes next will deepen what has already begun. You do not leave the clearing. It dissolves around you. The mirror fades into the air, not gone, but absorbed. Its surface lingers in your perception, now internal, now everywhere. You carry it with you as you move, though movement itself feels altered. Less deliberate, more receptive. The forest grows darker, yet your eyes adjust. You begin to sense rather than see. The boundaries between thought and feeling blur. You notice how often you once demanded clarity before allowing yourself to proceed. Here, clarity arrives only after you relinquish that demand. You walk by trusting the weight of your steps, the pull of breath, the subtle cues rising from beneath language. You encounter figures again, though they are closer now, less theatrical. They no longer appear as strangers. They feel intimate, familiar. One carries longing without direction. Another carries judgment without certainty. Another holds tenderness wrapped in suspicion. You recognize them not as intruders, but as residents. They have always lived here. They simply waited for you to descend far enough to meet them without armor. The urge to negotiate returns, to improve them, to make them more acceptable. You feel how deeply this impulse runs, the need to refine the psyche into something presentable. The forest resists refinement. It accepts only presence. When you stop trying to correct what appears, the figures settle. They do not vanish. They become quieter, more grounded. Fire reappears, this time within you. Not as passion, not as ambition, but as warmth. A steady heat that softens rigidity. You sense how often intensity was mistaken for aliveness, how effort was confused with truth. The fire here does not burn away. It transforms by proximity. It allows what was frozen to thaw at its own pace. You feel the hero again, but now it is tired, not defeated, simply exhausted from carrying a singular image of purpose. You sense its pride loosening, not through humiliation, but through honesty. The realization dawns gently. The hero was never wrong. It was incomplete. It carried one side of life and mistook it for the whole. A child appears at the edge of your awareness. Not symbolic, not innocent, curious, observant. It watches without demanding answers. It does not ask where you are going or why. It simply remains attentive. You feel something soften in response. A memory of openness that existed before strategy took over. Before every movement needed justification. Water flows nearby again. You do not approach it this time. You listen. The sound carries layers. Loss and renewal intertwined. You recognize that what flows away also nourishes what remains. The psyche does not hoard. It circulates. What stagnates becomes heavy. What moves finds form elsewhere. You notice how contradictions no longer provoke immediate discomfort. They still exist. Beauty still brushes against cruelty. Wisdom still neighbors blindness. But your reaction has shifted. You are no longer trying to resolve them into coherence. You allow them to coexist without collapsing inward. This tolerance is not indifference. It is capacity. The presence that accompanied you earlier feels closer now, less separate. You realize it does not speak because it does not need to. It has always been there, behind the voice that narrates your life, behind the witness that evaluates your experience. It does not oppose you. It contains you. Breath deepens again. With each cycle, something rearranges itself subtly. You cannot name it. Naming would shrink it. You sense alignment not as harmony, but as willingness. Willingness to stay with what is alive, even when it does not flatter you. The forest begins to thin, though you do not feel relief. You feel readiness, not for resolution, but for further exposure. You sense that what lies ahead will not contradict what you have encountered. It will amplify it. The rhythm continues, steady, unhurried, carrying you deeper into the same field from another angle, where the next movement waits to unfold. The forest no longer feels external. You realize that what surrounds you now is woven from the same material as your thoughts, your sensations, your hesitations. The distinction between inner and outer thins until it becomes irrelevant. You are not moving through something. You are moving as something. The ground beneath you softens, like soil after rain. Each step leaves an impression that lingers. You sense how every encounter has shaped you, not as memory, but as contour. The psyche carries its history not in stories, but in posture, in how you approach what is unknown, in how quickly you brace yourself, in how slowly you allow yourself to rest. You feel the echo of earlier resistance, but it has changed texture. It is no longer sharp. It is tired. It does not fight. It questions quietly, wondering if vigilance is still required. You let the question remain unanswered. For once, uncertainty does not feel like a threat. It feels like space. A temple appears without architecture. You recognize it not by walls or columns, but by atmosphere. The air grows still. Sound dims. Breath becomes deliberate. You realize that this place has always existed, not as sanctuary, but as center. A point of orientation that does not impose direction. It receives. At the heart of this presence, you feel yourself observed again. Not evaluated, not measured, seen. The gaze does not penetrate. It holds. You sense that this is what you once sought from the world without knowing it. Not validation, recognition, the kind that does not require performance. The hero does not stand here. The child does. Not asking, not waiting, simply breathing. You notice how the child does not distinguish between strength and vulnerability. It has not learned that division yet. It responds to what is alive, not to what is appropriate. This realization settles slowly, like dust in warm light. Fire burns at the center, but it is subdued, a glow rather than a flame. It does not demand sacrifice. It asks for presence. You feel how much effort you once spent feeding fires that could never be satisfied. Fires of ambition. Fires of identity. This fire remains steady regardless of what you offer. It is not fueled by striving. You sit, though sitting is more an attitude than a posture. The temple does not require reverence. It requires honesty. As you remain, images drift through without insistence. Moments of failure, moments of tenderness, moments when you turned away, moments when you stayed. None of them dominate. They pass like clouds reflected in still water. You notice how judgment has lost urgency. It has not disappeared. It simply no longer commands the center. The need to separate good from bad, worthy from unworthy, has softened. You see how that division once helped you survive. You also see how it limited your capacity to remain whole. The presence deepens. It does not expand outward. It draws inward. You feel yourself gathered rather than elevated, integrated without being unified. The paradox does not disturb you. You allow it to exist without pressure. Meaning arises not as conclusion, but as resonance. A sense that something essential has aligned, even if nothing has been resolved. Water appears again, this time as breath. Inhale, the chest opens. Exhale, the body settles. You sense how rhythm itself is a form of dialogue, giving and receiving without commentary. The psyche breathes the same way. Expansion followed by release. Contact followed by withdrawal. Neither superior, both necessary. You remain in the temple long enough for time to lose relevance. When movement returns, it does not pull you forward. It turns you slightly, just enough to reveal another perspective within the same space. You understand that depth does not always require descent. Sometimes it requires staying. The fire continues to glow. The child continues to observe. The presence remains unspoken. You rise without leaving. The forest does not reclaim you. It accompanies you. What unfolds next will not introduce something new. It will bring you back, carrying what has been quietly rearranged, into relation with the world you thought you left behind. You return without returning. The forest loosens its edges, and the world you remember begins to seep back in, but it does not reclaim you. It approaches cautiously, as if sensing that something in you no longer responds the way it once did. Familiar shapes appear, yet they feel quieter, less insistent. They wait for you to meet them, rather than demanding your immediate allegiance. The tension you carried earlier has not vanished. It has condensed. It lives closer to the center now, less scattered, less reactive. You feel it as a steady pulse beneath your movements, a reminder that aliveness includes friction. The difference is subtle but decisive. You are no longer trying to eliminate the tension. You are allowing it to inform you. Images from the descent rise again. The mirror flashes briefly in the corner of your awareness, not as confrontation, but as reminder. The river murmurs beneath the surface of daily sound, not asking you to step in, only to remember its presence. Fire flickers when warmth is needed, then recedes. None of these symbols demand interpretation. They function as living coordinates, orienting you without instruction. You notice how easily you once slipped into extremes, into certainty or collapse, into control or surrender. The psyche now resists those shortcuts. It asks for something more nuanced, more patient, a way of being that does not abandon complexity in exchange for relief. You feel the strain of this at times. It would be easier to declare victory or defeat. The work refuses both. The hero stirs once more, but it does not rise. It watches. Its pride is softened into discernment. It recognizes that action still matters, but not every moment requires conquest. There is a dignity and restraint that it had not learned before. You sense its willingness to serve rather than dominate. This shift carries weight. It alters how energy moves through you. The child remains present, though less visible. You feel it in moments of spontaneous attention, when something small arrests you without reason, when curiosity arises without agenda, when you listen without preparing a response. These moments feel fragile, easily overlooked. You protect them not by clinging, but by allowing them to pass and return in their own time. You begin to recognize how much of your life was shaped by avoidance. Avoidance of uncertainty, avoidance of contradiction, avoidance of the quiet ache that arises when meaning is not immediately accessible. Now, when that ache surfaces, you do not rush to soothe it. You stay. You let it breathe. You let it teach you its rhythm. There is a sense of gathering, not accumulation, but convergence. Parts of you that once pulled in different directions now orbit the same center without merging. You feel coherence without uniformity. This state does not announce itself as achievement. It feels ordinary, grounded, almost disappointingly simple. And yet it carries depth. You notice how your relationship to others has shifted, even in imagination. The urge to correct, to persuade, to prove has weakened. You listen more for what moves beneath words. You sense the same forest in others, the same river, the same fire. This recognition does not make you indulgent. It makes you careful, respectful of the distances each psyche requires. Silence grows more articulate. Pauses between thoughts feel fuller, less empty. You realize how much you once feared these pauses, filling them quickly with distraction or noise. Now they offer something else, a space where the psyche rearranges itself without supervision. You trust this process more than you trust conclusions. The presence that accompanied you throughout does not withdraw. It integrates. You feel it as an underlying steadiness, a quiet confidence that does not depend on certainty. It does not shield you from confusion. It allows confusion to exist without collapsing your orientation. This becomes your new reference point. You sense the arc reaching its fullest tension here, not through drama, but through density. Everything you encountered presses close at once. Mirror, forest, fire, water, child, hero, presence. They do not clash. They overlap. You hold them together without forcing synthesis. The effort of this holding is real. It asks for attention, patience, humility. Breath slows again. You feel the moment stretch, rich and unresolved. Nothing more needs to happen. Nothing needs to end. The crescendo is not a peak. It is a fullness that sustains itself briefly before easing, allowing what has been gathered to settle into a quieter form. You sense the movement toward continuation beginning, gentle and inevitable, carrying you toward the next phase without signaling departure. You do not step away from what you have encountered. It settles around you, within you, as quietly as breath after exertion. The intensity softens not because it is complete, but because it no longer needs to press. It has found room. It has found attention. The forest does not vanish. It thins into memory, into sensation, into a subtle orientation that accompanies you without effort. You sense its presence when you pause unexpectedly, when a familiar thought fails to grip you as tightly as before. It is there when silence feels inhabited rather than empty. The mirror no longer confronts you. It glimmers occasionally, catching fragments of yourself in passing moments. A reaction that surprises you. A tenderness that appears without explanation. A restraint where impulse once dominated. You do not linger on these reflections. You let them pass, knowing they belong to a larger movement you no longer need to supervise. Fire remains as warmth, not excitement, not urgency, a steady heat that supports rather than consumes. You recognize when it dims and when it brightens, without interpreting either as failure or success. The psyche regulates itself when allowed. You trust this more now. The river continues its course beneath the surface of your days. You hear it in moments of loss, in moments of release, in moments when something familiar drifts away without resistance. You no longer chase what flows. You allow it to nourish what remains unseen. The hero walks beside you now, no longer in front. It lends strength when needed and steps back when listening matters more. The child appears in flashes, brief and unannounced, reminding you of attention without agenda. Neither demands permanence. Both require respect. The presence that held you throughout does not name itself. It does not need recognition. It operates through alignment rather than command. When you move against yourself, you feel the friction sooner. When you move with what is alive, there is less noise. This becomes guidance enough. You notice how the world feels slightly more transparent. Not safer, not kinder, simply less opaque. You sense the undercurrents moving through conversations, through choices, through moments that once felt flat. This awareness does not elevate you. It humbles you. It asks you to move carefully, to listen longer, to speak less when words are premature. There is no conclusion waiting for you, no final synthesis to arrive at. What is opened cannot be closed without cost, and it does not ask to be closed. It asks to be lived with, to be consulted, to be allowed to interrupt you when you forget. You will return to habits, to distractions, to certainty. This is not failure. It is rhythm. Each return carries the possibility of remembering. Each forgetting carries the seed of another descent. The dialogue does not end because it was never meant to. You remain attentive now in a different way. Not vigilant, not passive, present. You carry the forest in your breath, the fire in your chest, the river in your pauses. You walk without announcing arrival. You listen without demanding clarity. And somewhere beneath your next thought, beneath the next decision you make, something continues to watch with you, breathing slowly, waiting patiently, not for answers, but for your willingness to stay. Instruction. You stand at a quiet threshold, though nothing around you appears to have changed. The room is the same, the light familiar, the air still. Yet something has shifted beneath the surface, like a floorboard that creaks under a step you did not intend to take. You feel it as a pressure without shape, a question without language. It does not demand your attention. It waits. You have known this feeling before, perhaps late at night, perhaps in the early morning when the world is still undecided. A subtle sense that something within you has been watching for a long time, patient, alert, unmoved by your explanations. It does not speak yet. It breathes, and its breathing begins to set the rhythm of your own. There is a door here, though you cannot say where it stands. You only know that you have been standing before it longer than you remember. You were busy. You were moving forward, or sideways, or simply enduring. Still, the door remained. Now it feels closer, not because you approached it, but because it leaned toward you. You sense a quiet rupture. Not a collapse, not a crisis. More like a hairline crack in a surface that once felt solid. Through that narrow opening, something presses upward. Images you did not invite. Feelings without names. A heaviness that does not belong to sadness, and a brightness that does not promise relief. You are not afraid yet. You are unsettled, which is different. A mirror flickers somewhere in the dark. You do not see your face in it, only movement, as if something behind your reflection has begun to stir. You look away instinctively, then notice that the looking away changes nothing. Whatever is there remains. It does not chase you. It does not retreat. You feel the old habit of explanation rise up, ready to soothe, ready to organize. It offers familiar phrases, borrowed certainties, a map that once worked well enough. But the pressure does not ease. The map grows thin in your hands, like paper left too long in water. You realize that this moment does not want to be understood. It wants to be entered. A forest appears at the edge of your awareness. Not a place you remember visiting, but one you recognize all the same. Dense, quiet, alive. The path into it is narrow, almost invisible, as if it forms only when you take a step. You hesitate, not from fear of danger, but from a deeper resistance, the kind that knows something will be asked of you that cannot be returned unchanged. Your breath slows. The silence thickens. Somewhere, a low flame begins to glow, red and steady, offering just enough light to reveal how little you can see. You sense that what lies ahead is not a lesson, not a healing, not a victory. It is a meeting, and without deciding, without agreeing, you find that you are already standing closer to the door than before. You step through without marking the moment of crossing. There is no sound, no shift of air, yet everything rearranges itself around you. The light dims, not as a threat, but as an invitation to notice what has always been there. The forest closes in, not hostile, not welcoming. It simply exists, breathing at its own pace, indifferent to your need for orientation. Figures begin to move at the edges of your vision. They do not announce themselves. They do not carry names. You feel them as tensions in the body before they become images. A tightening in the chest, a warmth behind the eyes, a weight in the limbs that does not come from fatigue. These presences do not ask who you are. They behave as if they already know. A river runs nearby, though you cannot see its source. You hear it first, a low continuous sound, like thought before language. It carries reflections instead of answers. When you approach, the surface does not mirror your face. It shows fragments, a hand reaching, a child standing still, a figure turned away at the moment you needed it to stay. The water does not accuse. It remembers. You sense a pull toward the depths, not downward in space, but inward in meaning. This is not a descent you choose. It unfolds as recognition. You realize that much of what you called forward motion was a careful circling around this place. Every certainty, every identity you carried like a shield, was shaped to avoid standing here too long. A fire burns at the center of a clearing. Its flame is low, red, contained. It does not leap or spread. It consumes slowly, patiently. When you draw near, you notice that it gives off little heat, yet something in you begins to warm. Old defenses soften. The fire does not destroy. It exposes. You see how much effort went into keeping this flame small, hidden, manageable. Shadows gather around the fire, cast not by the flame itself, but by the figures standing between you and it. These shapes feel familiar. Pride without confidence, desire without direction, fear dressed as reason. They do not block your way. They stand close, as if waiting to be acknowledged rather than removed. You sense that pushing past them would only deepen their hold. A voice speaks, though not from any single mouth. It carries the tone of long familiarity, neither kind nor cruel. It does not instruct. It asks why you believed you could remain untouched by what lives within you. The question lands without judgment. You feel its weight settle into places you have avoided feeling before. You remember moments when something inside you stirred and you turned away. Times when an image arose and you named it distraction, fantasy, weakness. The forest seems to listen as you remember. The trees lean inward slightly, as if drawn by the honesty of attention rather than the content of thought. A mirror appears again, this time standing upright among the roots. You approach it slowly. The surface ripples, refusing stillness. When an image forms, it is not a single face but a sequence. You see yourself as you have been at different thresholds, choosing familiarity over truth, certainty over depth. None of the images linger long enough to become accusations. They pass like weather. You feel a presence beside you now. It does not touch you. Its nearness is enough. You sense intelligence without intention, awareness without demand. This presence does not claim authority. It simply watches with you. You realize that this is what has been missing, not guidance, but witness. The river sounds closer now. You notice that its flow carries fragments of language, not words, but rhythms of meaning. You feel how thought arises like a current, how easily you once mistook its movement for yourself. Here, thought becomes something you can observe, something that moves through rather than defines you. A temple emerges at the far edge of the clearing. Its columns are worn, ancient, neither grand nor ruined. You feel no urge to enter it. Its purpose is not sanctuary. It stands as a reminder that something within you has always known how to hold opposites without forcing resolution. The fire flickers. The shadows shift. Nothing concludes. Nothing resolves. Yet something deepens. You sense that this descent is not about losing yourself, but about discovering how much of you was never yours to control. The presence beside you remains silent. The forest breathes. The river flows. And you stand there, no longer waiting for meaning to arrive from elsewhere, beginning to sense how meaning forms when you stay. You remain where you are, though the sense of stillness begins to feel active, almost deliberate. The forest no longer presses in. It listens. The air carries a density that makes every breath feel noticed. You realize that something in you has stopped leaning forward. There is no reaching now, only a sustained attention that feels unfamiliar and strangely intimate. The presence beside you shifts, not in space, but in quality. It feels closer without moving. You sense that it is not here to protect you or correct you. It stands as a reminder that whatever unfolds belongs to you, even if it did not originate from your will. This recognition brings a quiet unease. You have learned to value what you can claim as yours. Here, ownership loosens. An image rises without warning. You see yourself standing before another mirror, long ago. The mirror was clear then, obedient. It showed you what you expected to see. You remember the relief of recognition, the comfort of alignment. That mirror required maintenance, polishing, adjustment, small lies told gently enough to sound like truth. You see now how much energy went into keeping the reflection stable. The forest answers this memory with another image. A door half open, light spilling unevenly across the ground. You did not walk through it then. You stood close, convincing yourself that proximity was enough. You can feel the sensation in your body even now, the subtle tightening that came with staying just outside what you sensed would change you. The river carries a new reflection. This time it shows movement without form. Ripples crossing ripples. No center. No edge. You sense how often you tried to stabilize what was never meant to be held still. How you named fluidity as confusion and fixedness as clarity. The water does not resist your gaze. It invites it, showing you how perception itself bends what it touches. A warmth spreads slowly through your chest, not comforting, not painful. It feels like exposure. You notice how instinctively you search for interpretation, for language that could turn sensation into certainty. None arrives. The absence feels intentional. You begin to understand that this space is not withholding meaning. It is asking you to meet meaning before it becomes explanation. The fire shifts color slightly, deepening into a darker red. You notice how the shadows respond, growing softer at their edges. Pride loosens its posture. Fear no longer hides behind logic. Desire stops pulling and begins to wait. These figures do not dissolve. They change relationship. You sense how they have been asking for this all along, not to be conquered, but to be seen without demand. A memory surfaces, not as a scene, but as a tone. The feeling of wanting something you could not justify. Longing that felt dangerous because it did not come with instructions. You remember how quickly you learned to replace longing with ambition, hunger with goals. The forest seems to hold this memory gently, without praise or blame. You feel the presence beside you turn its attention inward, as if inviting you to do the same. Not to analyze, not to correct, but to notice how often you confused movement with progress. How often you mistook noise for life. Here, nothing urges you forward. The stillness itself begins to feel like motion of a different kind. The temple in the distance catches a faint glow now, reflecting the fire rather than producing its own light. You see how structures of meaning are formed this way, not as sources, but as containers. You have entered many temples in your life, literal and symbolic. You recognize now how easily you handed over your attention, hoping the structure would relieve you of listening to what stirred within. The mirror among the roots reflects again. This time it shows your eyes, not as you see them, but as they feel from the inside. Watching, waiting, you sense how rarely you allowed them to rest in this way. How often you force them outward, scanning for confirmation, for threat, for permission. Nothing resolves, yet something steadies. You feel a subtle shift, not toward certainty, but toward endurance. The ability to remain present without needing to name what is happening. The forest breathes with you. The river continues. The fire holds its flame. And you begin to sense that this is not a moment to pass through, but a field to inhabit. The field holds you longer than you expected. Time loosens its grip here, not dissolving, but thinning, like fog under steady breath. You notice how quickly you once measured experience by outcome, by what could be taken away and used. Here, nothing offers itself in that way. Meaning does not present itself as a tool. It behaves more like weather, surrounding you, entering you, leaving traces without explanation. The presence beside you feels less distinct now. Not gone, not merged, simply less separate. You sense how easily you once demanded clarity from anything that approached you from within. A name, a role, a function. Without these, you felt unmoored. Now you begin to feel how naming can become a form of distance, a way of standing just far enough away to remain untouched. The river shifts again. Its sound deepens, slower, heavier. You realize that it has been carrying not only images, but refusals. Moments when you chose not to know what you sensed. When you turned intuition into coincidence, warning into doubt. The water does not reproach you. It shows you the cost quietly, how each refusal thickened the boundary between what you lived and what lived through you. A figure emerges near the fire, not fully formed, more suggestion than shape. You recognize it without understanding how. It carries the weight of choices you did not make, words you swallowed before they reached the air. It does not accuse. Its presence alone is enough to stir a familiar discomfort, the kind you once rushed to silence with action or explanation. You feel the old impulse rise again, the urge to move toward resolution, to do something that would justify this depth, give it a narrative arc. The forest responds by growing quieter. The silence does not cooperate. It waits. You feel how this waiting stretches something inside you that has long been contracted. A door appears where there was none before, set into the trunk of an ancient tree. It stands open. Darkness beyond it is complete, not threatening, simply uninterested in your readiness. You sense that stepping through would not bring revelation, only further encounter. You remain where you are. The door does not close. It respects your hesitation as much as it would your courage. The fire flickers, then steadies. You notice how it mirrors something within you, a capacity to hold tension without discharge, to remain with contradiction without forcing synthesis. You remember how often you were praised for decisiveness, for clarity, for certainty. You see now how those virtues sometimes served as armor, keeping you from feeling the full weight of what you sensed but could not control. A thought passes through you like a bird crossing the clearing. You watch it come and go. There is relief in this distance, but also sadness. You recognize how deeply you once believed that you were your thoughts, that their urgency was your own. Here, thought becomes event rather than identity. Something that happens in you, not something that defines you. The mirror reflects again, but this time it shows nothing recognizable. Only light shifting across surface. You feel a moment of unease, the fear of vanishing, of becoming irrelevant. Then another sensation follows, quieter, steadier. the relief of not needing to perform coherence, of being allowed to exist without explanation. The temple's columns cast long shadows now, stretching toward you. They do not reach you. They gesture. You sense how meaning structures have always arisen around experiences like this, not to replace them, but to make them bearable. Stories, symbols, systems, useful, necessary, but never the source itself. The presence that once stood beside you now feels like it stands behind you, not guiding, not pushing, simply there. You sense that this presence has always been with you, obscured only by noise, by haste, by the constant demand to become something definite. You breathe. The forest breathes back. The river continues its slow remembering. The fire holds. Nothing is resolved. Yet you feel something deepen again, a second turning of the same spiral, drawing you closer to a center that refuses to be named. The spiral tightens without urgency. You feel it not as pressure, but as proximity, like standing closer to a quiet animal that knows you are there. The forest seems less like a place now, and more like a state of listening. Every sound arrives softened, as if passing through layers of attention before reaching you. You sense how much of your life was lived without this filter, everything striking at once, demanding reaction. A subtle fatigue moves through you, not of the body, but of the effort to remain intact. You notice how often you held yourself together through force, through repetition of familiar gestures and explanations. Here, holding together feels unnecessary. The parts you feared would scatter remain present, gathered not by will, but by gravity. The river's surface smooths for a moment. In that stillness, you see a reflection that surprises you. Not an image of who you were or who you wanted to be, but of who you have been avoiding. A figure standing quietly at the edge of your awareness, patient, enduring. You recognize the posture. It is the way you stood when no one was watching, when expectation loosened its grip. This recognition brings a gentle ache. Not regret, not loss, but the awareness of time spent elsewhere. You feel the urge to apologize, though you are not sure to whom. The feeling passes. The river does not need reconciliation. It continues to flow, carrying both absence and return without distinction. The fire dims slightly, then brightens again. You sense how easily intensity can be mistaken for truth. How often you chased flames that promised transformation through heat alone. This fire teaches differently. It does not overwhelm. It persists. It asks for presence rather than sacrifice. A breath moves through you that feels deeper than intention. You realize that something in you has begun to trust this space, not because it offers safety, but because it does not deceive. Nothing here pretends to be more than it is. Nothing asks you to become more than you can hold. The mirror appears one last time. Its surface is clear now, almost ordinary. When you look, you see yourself looking. The simplicity feels startling. No symbols intrude. No narratives arise. Just awareness meeting itself without commentary. The moment does not last. It does not need to. The temple recedes into the background, not disappearing, but losing its claim on your attention. You sense that you may return to it later, carrying what you have gathered here without knowing what it is. The structure will still be there, waiting to receive meaning after it has lived in you for a while. A quiet understanding settles, not as conclusion, but as alignment. You are not here to extract insight, to convert experience into certainty. You are here to learn how to remain when clarity withdraws, how to listen when nothing speaks, how to stand at the edge of what you do not know without turning away. The presence behind you feels steady. It does not merge with you. It does not separate. It accompanies. You sense how accompaniment differs from guidance, how it allows you to walk without being led. This feels important, though you cannot say why. The forest exhales. The river continues its remembering. The fire holds its low red glow. You feel yourself standing within the same field as before, yet changed by repetition, by staying. The spiral does not close. It opens inward, inviting you to remain a little longer, attentive to what cannot be claimed, only lived. Something gathers now, not as intensity, but as coherence. The field you stand in begins to feel less diffuse, as if the many strands that have moved around you are slowly finding a shared rhythm. Nothing is pulled together by force. It happens the way breath settles when you stop trying to regulate it. You notice the shift only after it has already begun. The forest no longer feels external. You sense it as a texture of awareness, layered, responsive, alive. The trees are no longer images, but presences that mirror an inner condition you rarely allowed to mature. A patience that does not wait for reward. A strength that does not announce itself. You feel how this quality has always existed in you, obscured not by weakness, but by haste. The river flows through you now, not symbolically, but experientially. Thoughts move the way water does here, arising, passing, reshaping the ground without asking permission. You sense how much energy you once spent trying to dam this movement, to redirect it into channels that promised control. The effort feels distant now, almost unnecessary. You do not need to stop the river to know it. The fire's glow reaches deeper, illuminating spaces you once associated only with tension or guilt. These areas soften, not because they are forgiven, but because they are finally included. You feel how exclusion was the true burden, how pushing parts of yourself into shadow required constant vigilance. Inclusion feels quieter, more demanding in its own way. It asks you to stay present rather than victorious. You sense the ego here, not as an enemy, not as a ruler, but as a listener learning a new posture. It no longer stands at the center issuing commands. It orients itself toward what arises, curious, cautious, receptive. This shift feels subtle, yet profound. You realize that nothing has been taken from you. Authority has simply changed tone. Images return, but altered by the time spent with them. The door in the tree remains open, but no longer pulls at you. The mirror reflects without urgency. The temple stands without invitation. Each symbol feels less like a destination and more like a companion, something you can pass by without abandoning, return to without obligation. A warmth spreads again through your chest, steadier this time. It does not demand expression. It does not seek discharge. It feels like alignment, the quiet satisfaction of parts no longer pulling in opposite directions. Conflict remains, but it has changed shape. It is no longer a battle. It is a conversation that continues even when no words are spoken. You feel the weight of your history differently now. Memories do not press forward seeking resolution. They settle into place, forming a landscape rather than a narrative. You sense how the past lives in you not as a problem to solve, but as material already transformed by attention. Nothing needs to be erased for this to happen. Nothing needs to be redeemed. The presence that has accompanied you feels fully integrated now, though it never announces itself as such. You sense that it was never separate from you, only waiting for the noise to subside enough to be felt. This recognition does not inflate you. It grounds you. You feel smaller in the way a stone feels small in a river, shaped by forces larger than itself, yet undeniably real. The forest grows quieter, not because it withdraws, but because you no longer strain to hear it. The river's sound becomes part of your own inner cadence. The fire remains low and constant, a reminder that transformation does not require spectacle, only continuity. Nothing culminates, nothing resolves, yet you feel a deepening sense of coherence, as if the many fragments of your experience have learned how to share the same space without canceling one another. You stand within this quiet intensity, aware that this is not an end, but a way of standing that can be carried forward without being possessed. You remain here, though the sense of here has softened. It is no longer bound to forest or fire or river. It lives as a quality of attention that follows you without effort. You notice how easily it settles now, how it no longer needs the density of image to stay present. The symbols recede not because they are finished, but because they trust you to carry their resonance without display. The silence feels fuller than before. Not empty, not expectant. It holds the weight of everything that has passed through you and continues to move. You sense how this silence is not an absence of sound, but a space where sound no longer competes for dominance. Thoughts still arise. Feelings still move. None of them demand to be believed. The forest breathes somewhere within your chest. You recognize it when you pause between impulses, when you allow a moment to unfold without steering it. The river flows through your awareness, carrying impressions, memories, intuitions, none of them asking to be kept. You feel how much lighter this movement is when you no longer cling to what passes. The fire remains as a quiet ember. It does not flare. It does not fade. It reminds you that attention itself transforms, not by force, but by staying. You sense how easily you once sought intensity as proof of truth. Now truth feels closer to steadiness, to the ability to remain with what is unresolved without turning away. The presence you felt throughout does not depart. It does not linger dramatically either. It simply continues, woven into your perception. You sense it when you notice yourself noticing, when awareness folds back on itself without collapse. This is not mastery. It is relationship. Nothing in you rushes to name what has happened. Language feels unnecessary, even intrusive. You allow the experience to remain unclaimed, knowing that claiming would shrink it. Meaning will arrive later, in fragments, in unexpected moments, shaped by living rather than reflection. You sense that this dialogue does not end when the images fade. It continues in the way you listen to yourself when no one else is watching, in how you meet confusion without immediately trying to resolve it, in how you allow contradiction to exist without turning it into error. The threshold you cross does not close behind you. It does not remain open either. It dissolves into something more subtle, a way of standing, a way of breathing, a way of remaining in contact with what moves beneath thought. You are not finished. Nothing has been completed, and yet something essential has been allowed to remain present. The forest is still there. The river continues. The fire holds, and the listening goes on quietly without end. Resolution. You feel it before any thought has time to form. A pressure that does not hurt, yet refuses to disappear. A quiet disturbance that settles behind your eyes and spreads through your chest like a held breath. Nothing external has changed, and yet something essential no longer fits the way it did moments ago. You remain still, not by decision, but because something inside you has already stopped moving forward. Silence thickens around you. It is not empty. It has texture and weight. It presses inward, gently at first, then with a patience that feels ancient. In this silence, you sense that you are no longer alone with your thoughts. Something else has entered the room, not as a voice, not as an image, but as a presence that does not require introduction. You realize you are standing at a threshold you did not know existed. Behind you lies the familiar terrain of explanations, intentions, and habits that once felt reliable. Ahead of you there is no visible path, only a dim awareness that the ground itself feels different. You are not being invited forward, and you are not being warned away. You are simply here. A subtle unease begins to surface. It does not feel like fear, but it carries the same alertness. You sense that what is approaching will not conform to your expectations. It will not respond to effort or surrender in the way you have learned. It moves according to another rhythm, one that does not belong to the daylight world of clarity and control. Images flicker briefly, then dissolve. A door that is neither open nor closed. A mirror that reflects nothing recognizable. A forest edge where light thins and shadows breathe. These images do not insist on being understood. They drift through you like half-remembered dreams, leaving behind a residue of meaning that cannot yet be touched. Your breathing slows without instruction. Thoughts loosen their grip, not disappearing, but stepping back, as if they recognize that they are no longer in charge. In their absence, you sense something deeper stirring. A quiet intelligence that has waited a long time for this moment of attention. You become aware of tension within you that has always been there. A pull upward toward clarity, order, and distance. An equal pull downward toward darkness, density, and embodiment. These forces do not argue. They coexist, pressing against one another, shaping the inner landscape through their friction. You have felt them before, but never this close, never this exposed. Time feels altered, not slowed, not accelerated, but loosened. The past no longer feels fixed, and the future no longer feels promised. You stand in a narrow space where neither holds authority. Only this moment remains, charged and unresolved. There is no instruction offered here, no reassurance that what follows will make sense. The threshold does not negotiate. It does not flatter the ego with purpose or destiny. It simply opens inward, demanding nothing but your presence. You sense that whatever lies beyond this point does not seek to heal or to harm. It seeks to be encountered, to be allowed to exist without resistance or conquest. You are not asked to understand it, only to remain. And so you stand, suspended between worlds, aware that once you cross, there will be no clear return to the way things were. The threshold remains silent. The silence remains alive. And somewhere deep within you, something ancient begins to descend. You move without moving. The threshold dissolves, not because you stepped through it, but because it no longer needs to announce itself. You're already inside. The air feels different here, heavier, saturated with meanings that do not organize themselves into language. You sense that what unfolds now has always been unfolding, far beneath the surface of your waking life. Images gather slowly, like figures emerging from fog. They do not introduce themselves. They do not ask permission. They carry the density of things that have lived too long in darkness to care about explanation. You feel them before you see them, pressures, currents, subtle shifts in orientation, as if the inner ground were tilting beneath your awareness. A sense of division becomes palpable, not a clean split, but a tension that vibrates through everything. Light presses in from one side, not as comfort, but as exposure. Darkness answers from the other, not as threat, but as depth. You realize these are not enemies. They are intimate rivals, bound together by something older than conflict. You notice how easily the mind tries to rise above this tension. It reaches for height, clarity, distance. It wants to stand on a peak where everything below appears ordered and small. But here, ascent feels premature. Each attempt to rise creates a counter-pull, drawing you back into the density you have avoided. Below you, something coils. Not visibly at first, but unmistakably alive. A slow movement, patient and watchful. It does not rush. It knows that descent cannot be forced. You sense its presence in the body, in the gut, in the places where thought loses its authority. It waits there, neither hostile nor benevolent, simply real. The landscape shifts. You are no longer at an edge. You are within a field where opposites meet without resolution. Day and night bleed into one another. Heat and cold share the same space. You feel how exhausting it has been to live as though one side must always dominate the other. A memory surfaces, not personal, but archetypal. The image of a divided world, split between what is allowed and what is forbidden. You recognize how often you have aligned yourself with what seemed elevated, pure, acceptable. How often you have turned away from what felt disturbing, shameful, or incomprehensible. Here, that division no longer holds. You sense figures watching from a distance, not observers in the human sense, but presences that carry intention without judgment. They do not guide you. They witness. Their gaze feels like a mirror that does not reflect your face, but your movement, your hesitation, your willingness to remain. The ground beneath you feels unstable, not because it is collapsing, but because it refuses to harden. You cannot stand firmly on certainty here. Every attempt to fix meaning causes it to slip away, like sand through fingers that grip too tightly. A symbol rises uninvited. A serpent, not threatening, not seductive, but immense in its neutrality. It carries both light and darkness within its movement. You feel its logic without understanding it. It does not choose sides. It transforms them. You sense how deeply you have been trained to seek resolution, to want synthesis, healing answers. But this place does not operate by that law. Here, meaning emerges through endurance, through staying present with what resists integration. Another image forms, a vessel, wide and heavy, capable of holding opposing substances without breaking. You recognize how rare this capacity is. How often you have tried to pour out what felt too intense, too contradictory. Here the task is different. Here you are asked to hold. The air thickens with a sense of inevitability. Not fate, not destiny, but consequence. You feel how inner imbalance does not remain contained. How what is split within seeks expression without. How denial does not erase, it only delays. You sense that this descent is not personal. It does not belong to your biography alone. It moves through a collective layer of psyche, where individual stories merge into something vast and impersonal. You are both participant and witness, carried and responsible. There is no instruction to proceed, yet you proceed. No command to surrender, yet resistance softens. You feel how the descent deepens not through effort, but through allowing yourself to remain where you would normally turn away. The symbols do not explain themselves. They circle, repeat, transform. Light touches darkness and is changed. Darkness absorbs light and becomes visible. Nothing is resolved. Everything is intensified. You sense that what is being asked of you is not understanding, but relationship. To stay with the tension without collapsing into one side or the other. To allow the field of opposites to live within you without demanding peace. And as this awareness settles, you feel the descent continuing. Slower now, deeper. The symbols do not fade. They draw closer, and something within you prepares to encounter them again, from another angle, in another cycle, without leaving this place behind. You begin to sense the descent repeating itself, not as a return, but as a deepening spiral. The same images reappear, yet they no longer feel distant. They move closer, pressing against your inner vision with a quiet insistence. What once hovered at the edge now occupies the center of your awareness, refusing to be pushed aside. You notice how the body responds before thought intervenes. A tightening in the stomach, a warmth spreading through the chest, a subtle trembling that has nothing to do with fear and everything to do with recognition. Something here knows you, even if you do not yet know it in return. This knowing does not come from memory, but from resonance. The serpent returns, not as a symbol to be interpreted, but as a movement within you. It coils and uncoils, slow and deliberate, carrying both weight and grace. You feel how it binds opposites without effort, how it belongs equally to shadowed earth and open light. Its presence disrupts your longing for purity. It makes complexity unavoidable. You sense how often you have tried to resolve inner tension by choosing sides, by identifying with one principle and rejecting its counterpart. Here, that strategy fails quietly. The moment you lean too far toward clarity, darkness thickens. When you sink too deeply into obscurity, a sharp light cuts through. Neither allows dominance. An image surfaces of standing between day and night. Not at dawn, not at dusk, but at a place where both exist simultaneously. You feel how uncomfortable this position is, how it denies you rest. Yet you also sense its necessity. This is where movement happens, where transformation breathes. Your mind attempts to grasp meaning, but the field resists explanation. Each insight dissolves as soon as it forms, not to frustrate you, but to free you from the illusion that understanding alone is sufficient. You feel the difference between knowing about something and being within it. Here, only the latter holds weight. Another figure emerges, less defined, more architectural than human. A structure, circular and open, like a temple without walls. It gathers light without excluding shadow. You sense that this structure is not built through effort, but through endurance, through the capacity to remain present when certainty collapses. You recognize how rarely you allow yourself this kind of presence, how quickly you reach for distraction, interpretation, action. Staying here feels like standing in a current that does not carry you forward or backward, only deeper. It demands a different kind of strength, one that does not assert but holds. The tension intensifies, not dramatically but steadily. You feel the urge to escape, to conclude, to name what is happening so you can move on. Yet something within you refuses to cooperate. It knows that premature closure would betray the process unfolding. You sense echoes of collective history moving through these images. Conflicts that have played out across generations. Wars of belief, of identity, of dominance. You feel how these outer events mirror inner divisions, how what cannot be held within seeks expression without. The realization carries weight, but no accusation. The serpent shifts again. Its movement becomes lighter, almost luminous. Darkness does not vanish. It changes quality. It becomes depth rather than threat. Light no longer blinds. It illuminates without burning. You sense how this transformation does not erase opposition, but alters your relationship to it. Breath deepens. Time loosens further. You feel suspended in a space where nothing is solved, yet something essential is happening. Not progress, not healing, but alignment. A subtle adjustment in how you stand within yourself. You realize that this cycle does not end here. It prepares the ground for another turn, another encounter with the same symbols from a different angle. The field remains open. The tension remains alive. And you remain within it, not as a problem to be fixed, but as a presence capable of holding what comes next. The field does not release you. It reshapes itself around your attention, as if your presence alone were enough to alter its geometry. What once felt external now presses from within. The images no longer arrive as visitors. They arise as movements in your own depth, inseparable from your breathing, your posture, your quiet endurance. You become aware of how what has shaped your inner life. The effort to rise above, the discipline to control, the insistence on coherence. Here, will loosens its grip and reveals its limits. Each attempt to steer the experience collapses into stillness. You feel how wanting too much distorts perception, how striving bends vision until it can no longer see. A mirror appears, not reflective, but absorptive. You look into it and nothing returns. No face, no identity, only depth. It does not negate you. It dissolves the question of who you are supposed to be here. In this absence, a strange relief settles. You no longer have to perform understanding. The serpent's presence shifts again. It no longer coils around tension alone. It moves through the space between opposites, tracing a third path that cannot be chosen deliberately. You feel how this movement carries intelligence without intention. It knows where to go without deciding. It teaches without instructing. You sense a conflict between ascent and descent replaying itself in subtler ways, not as direction but as attitude. Part of you still longs to elevate the experience, to make it meaningful in a way that can be spoken. Another part sinks into sensation, weight, and silence. Neither is wrong. Neither is sufficient alone. The temple reappears, now less defined, more internal. You realize it is not a place you enter, but a capacity you inhabit. A space within you wide enough to contain contradiction without demanding reconciliation. You feel how fragile this capacity is, how easily it collapses when certainty returns too quickly. A faint heat gathers, not like fire, but like transformation held just below ignition. It does not burn. It ripens. You sense how long this heat has been present in your life, disguised as restlessness, dissatisfaction, longing. Here, it no longer seeks discharge. It remains steady and contained. Thoughts drift in and out, softer now. They no longer insist on being followed. You notice how different this feels from suppression. Nothing is pushed away. Everything is allowed to pass. In this openness, something deeper listens, something that does not interrupt. You feel the weight of history again, but this time it feels closer, more intimate. Not events, but patterns. Repetitions of division and projection. You sense how often what could not be endured within was cast outward. How conflict became external necessity when inner holding failed. The recognition does not accuse. It steadies. The mirror darkens further, becoming almost indistinguishable from the surrounding space. You no longer look into it. You rest before it. The question of meaning fades. What remains is participation. You are no longer trying to extract something from the experience. You are allowing it to work on you. The serpent pauses. Its movement slows until it is almost still. In this stillness, you feel both lightness and gravity, as if something essential has been gathered and is waiting, not for release, but for another turn of the cycle. You sense that nothing here belongs to you alone. What moves through you also moves through countless others, whether they know it or not. This realization does not inflate you. It humbles. It reminds you that holding this field is not an achievement, but a responsibility that begins and ends in attention. The cycle does not close. It curves inward, preparing another deepening. The images remain present, quieter now, more condensed. And within this quiet density, you feel the approach of something unresolved, something that asks not to be answered, but to be lived alongside what has already emerged. The atmosphere tightens without pressure. It is not constriction, but concentration. What has been circling now gathers weight, as if the symbols themselves have grown tired of drifting and are settling into a deeper gravity. You feel this shift immediately, not as intensity, but as seriousness. A quiet recognition that something essential is at stake, even if it cannot be named. The serpent moves again, slower than before, its presence no longer striking, but foundational. It feels less like an image and more like a law, a principle that governs how opposites remain in contact without collapsing into unity or tearing apart. You sense that this movement has always been active beneath your choices, shaping outcomes regardless of your awareness. A memory surfaces, not of an event, but of a posture you have often taken, standing just outside your own depth, observing rather than inhabiting. You feel how safety was built on distance, how understanding became a substitute for participation. Here, that distance dissolves quietly. There is nowhere else to stand. You notice how easily the mind wants to turn this realization into identity, to claim insight, to make something of it. The impulse rises and falls without satisfaction. The field does not respond. It does not resist either. It simply continues, indifferent to appropriation. You learn something by watching this impulse pass. The temple returns once more, now almost transparent. You sense it less as form and more as orientation, a way of being aligned without certainty, a center that does not fix meaning, but allows meaning to circulate. You realize how rare this orientation is in a life shaped by urgency and demand. Heat gathers again, but this time it carries a different quality. Not anticipation, not restlessness, but endurance. A warmth that sustains rather than excites. You feel how this heat does not seek expression. It supports holding. It keeps the vessel from cracking under the strain of contradiction. The mirror appears briefly, then fades. Its absence feels complete. There is no longer a question of reflection. You are no longer checking yourself against what you encounter. The boundary between observer and image softens. You are neither lost in the field nor separate from it. You remain present, undivided. You sense how often the desire for resolution has shaped your inner movements. The hope that tension will end, that clarity will arrive. Here, that hope loosens its grip, not through disappointment, but through understanding that resolution is not the aim. Relationship is. The serpent shifts once more, its form barely perceptible now. What remains is its function, a continuous exchange between light and shadow, ascent and descent. You feel how this exchange generates life rather than peace, how it demands attention rather than answers. Time thins. The past no longer presses for explanation. The future no longer pulls for direction. You remain in a present that feels wide and strangely calm, despite the unresolved tensions it contains. This calm does not promise permanence. It offers balance without rest. A subtle humility settles in, not imposed, not learned, but recognized. You see how little control was ever truly yours, how much unfolded despite effort or intention. This recognition does not weaken you. It steadies you. It frees energy once bound to struggle. The cycle does not conclude. It completes itself only to reopen. The symbols do not retreat. They integrate themselves into the background of your awareness, no longer demanding focus, yet never absent. You feel how this integration does not resolve conflict. It alters your capacity to live with it. You remain here, not waiting for the next image, not anticipating release. Simply present within the field you have entered. The descent has not ended. It has become continuous. And in this continuity, something within you learns how to stay. The field tightens again, not in urgency, but in depth. What has been held begins to press inward, as if the symbols themselves are asking for a fuller presence. You feel this as a quiet intensity, a gathering that does not rush, yet refuses to disperse. Something wants to be lived more completely, even without being understood. The images you have encountered no longer appear as separate forms. They overlap, merge, dissolve into one another. Light moves through shadow without announcing itself. Darkness absorbs light without erasing it. You sense how this exchange has always been happening beneath your awareness, shaping your inner life through rhythms you never named. The serpent is everywhere now, no longer an object of attention, but the movement of attention itself. It winds through breath, through sensation, through thought as it rises and fades. You feel how its intelligence does not belong to you, yet operates through you. It is older than choice, more patient than desire, A sense of sacrifice emerges, not as loss, but as relinquishment. You feel how much effort has gone into maintaining separation, how much energy was spent keeping opposites apart, protecting identity, defending coherence. Here something softens, not through force, but through fatigue. The struggle to dominate gives way to the willingness to endure. Heat intensifies, now unmistakably alchemical. It does not scorch, it transforms. You sense how this heat does not promise reward. It offers change without comfort. What is being refined is not a belief or an idea, but your capacity to remain present while something essential rearranges itself. The temple is no longer visible, yet you feel its function fully alive. You are the vessel now, not in any exalted sense, but in the simplest way possible. You hold what arrives. You do not select. You do not reject. You allow contradiction to circulate, knowing that stopping it would fracture the space you inhabit. A weight settles in your chest, heavy and grounded. It feels like responsibility without guilt, an acknowledgement that what moves within you also moves outward, shaping how you see, how you act, how you withdraw. You sense how inner imbalance does not stay hidden. It seeks form, whether through thought, word, or silence. The mirror returns briefly, but this time it reflects movement rather than form. You see how you have been changed without knowing when it happened. Not improved, not redeemed, altered. Your stance within yourself has shifted, and with it, your relationship to what arises. The urge to speak, to define, to conclude flickers and fades. You feel how inadequate language would be here, how easily it would collapse the living tension into something manageable and dead. Silence feels truer, not empty but attentive. The heat reaches its peak, then steadies. It does not release. It stabilizes. You sense that something has been set into motion that cannot be undone, not because it is dramatic, but because it is quiet and persistent, like a slow current beneath the surface of a river, shaping its course over time. You feel both exposed and grounded, vulnerable without fear, strong without assertion. The opposites do not resolve. They coexist, now bound by your willingness to remain present. This binding is not permanent. It is provisional, alive, requiring ongoing attention. The crescendo does not culminate in revelation. It settles into lucidity, a clear awareness that the work is not to escape tension, but to live responsibly within it, to allow what has been constellated here to inform you without consuming you. And as the intensity eases, you remain, not relieved, not complete, simply here, carrying forward what has been awakened, knowing it will return again and again, asking not for answers, but for your continued presence. Conclusion. You sense it before you name it. A quiet disturbance moving beneath the surface of your thoughts. Not loud enough to demand attention, not gentle enough to be ignored. It arrives as a subtle pressure, like air shifting before a storm you cannot yet see. You were standing somewhere familiar, inside the habits of your own mind, and suddenly the ground feels thinner. Something has leaned in from the depths, and the old balance no longer holds. You notice how the world still looks the same, yet it no longer meets you in the same way. Words feel flatter. Explanations feel insufficient. The structures that once held meaning begin to sound hollow, as if they are repeating themselves without listening. You are not broken, but you are no longer sealed. A fissure has opened, and through it comes a presence that does not ask for permission. It does not announce itself as insight or truth. It comes first as unease, a sense that your attention has been pulled away from the surface and turned inward, against your will. You may feel it when silence stretches too long, or when noise suddenly feels unbearable. You may feel it when certainty begins to tire you, when answers arrive too quickly and leave nothing alive behind them. You stand at a threshold you did not plan to cross. Behind you lies a world that explains, categorizes, predicts. Ahead of you there is no clear path, only the sensation of depth. The mind wants to turn back, to restore clarity, to rebuild control. But something else within you has already stepped forward, listening to a different rhythm. Images begin to flicker, not yet clear enough to grasp. A door that is not fully closed. A mirror that reflects more than your face. A forest at dusk, dense and breathing, where paths dissolve as soon as you try to follow them. These images do not arrive to be understood. They arrive because they insist on being seen. You might feel a quiet grief here, though you cannot say what has been lost. Perhaps it is the loss of simplicity, or the loss of believing that consciousness belongs entirely to your will. You begin to sense that there are movements within you that do not answer to your plans, forces that think in images rather than arguments. They do not oppose you, but they do not obey you either. Breath becomes noticeable. Each inhale feels like crossing a small boundary, each exhale like letting go of something unnamed. You are still here, still yourself, yet the center you once trusted has shifted slightly to the side. The ego listens now, not as a master, but as a witness unsure of what it is about to hear. This is not the beginning of understanding. It is the beginning of contact. A moment where the light you rely on grows dim enough for shadows to speak, where the noise of explanation softens and something older starts to move. You are not being guided, you are being invited, and the invitation is simple, though not easy. To remain present at the edge, to stay with the tension without resolving it, to allow what rises from within to take shape in its own time. The door has already opened. The descent has already begun. You move further in, though nothing moves in a straight line. The descent is not a fall but a thickening. The air grows heavier, richer with meaning that cannot be sorted or named. What once felt like background noise now steps forward, carrying weight and intention. Thoughts slow down, not because they are silenced, but because something deeper has begun to speak in a different language. Here, the psyche does not present itself as an idea. It appears as landscape. You find yourself walking through inner terrain that feels both ancient and immediate. A forest presses in from all sides, its trees tall and indifferent, their roots tangled beneath the soil in patterns no eye could trace. Light filters through in fragments, never enough to illuminate the whole. You realize that seeing everything at once was never the point. Voices begin to emerge, not as words you can quote, but as tonal shifts within you. One voice insists on clarity, on definition, on the safety of edges and borders. Another moves more slowly, circling rather than advancing, speaking through images and moods. They do not argue. They coexist in tension, like fire and shadow sharing the same space without merging. You feel how often you have sided with the voice that names and orders. How much of your identity has been built around control, prediction, explanation. It once served you. It still does. But here, in this inner descent, its reach feels limited. Every attempt to dominate the scene flattens it, drains it of vitality. The forest resists being turned into a map. A river appears, dark and steady, cutting through the terrain without concern for your questions. You sense that it has been flowing long before you noticed it. Feelings move like this river. They do not ask what you think of them. They do not explain themselves. They carry information in temperature, in pressure, in direction. You realize how rarely you have listened to them without translating them into conclusions. As you stand near the water, memories surface not as stories but as sensations. A tightening in the chest, a warmth behind the eyes, a familiar heaviness that once demanded action, achievement, distraction. Now it only asks to be felt. You notice how quickly the mind wants to intervene, to label, to fix, to turn experience into theory. The urge is strong, almost automatic, but the descent does not reward speed. Each time you rush forward, the ground seems to slip. Each time you pause, the scene deepens. You begin to understand that this realm does not respond to force. It responds to presence. The more you allow yourself to remain with what is unclear, the more it reveals its texture. Figures move at the edge of perception, not characters in a story, but presences that carry emotional gravity. One feels stern and watchful, guarding thresholds you did not know existed. Another feels wounded, raw, holding something you have avoided for years. They are not enemies. They are parts of a whole that has never been fully acknowledged. Fire appears here too, not as destruction but as process. A slow burning that transforms without announcing results. You feel it working through old identifications, consuming certainties that once defined you. The heat is uncomfortable, but it is not cruel. It burns what no longer moves, what has become rigid, what blocks circulation. You sense how consciousness here follows different laws. Cause and effect blur. Time folds inward. Past and present overlap in ways that feel strangely intimate. The ego struggles to orient itself. It wants markers, progress, reassurance. None are offered. Instead, there is an invitation to tolerate ambiguity, to stay with paradox without resolving it. A mirror stands somewhere in this inner space. When you approach it, you do not see a single face. Images shift. Expressions change. You recognize parts of yourself you once rejected, others you inflated, others you never allowed into view. The mirror does not judge. It reflects. And in that reflection, you feel both exposed and strangely whole. This is where the descent asks something of you. Not belief, not surrender. Attention. The kind of attention that does not dissect or dominate. The kind that listens without deciding in advance what should be heard. You begin to sense that consciousness is not confined to the narrow beam you call awareness. It extends downward, outward, inward, into regions that think and feel in ways you were never taught to trust. The forest, the river, the fire, the mirror. They do not resolve into meaning yet. They repeat themselves, echoing through different layers of experience. Each return adds depth, not clarity. You feel disoriented, but also strangely accompanied, as if something within you recognizes this terrain, even if your mind does not. You remain there, suspended between knowing and unknowing, between the voice that demands mastery and the presence that asks for relationship. The descent does not promise answers. It offers contact, and in that contact, something begins to shift, quietly, patiently, preparing the ground for what can only emerge from within the tension itself. You begin to notice how the tension itself has a shape. It is not chaos. It breathes. It expands and contracts like a living thing. When you stop trying to escape it, when you allow it to remain unresolved, it reveals a strange order that does not belong to logic. It belongs to rhythm. You feel it in the body first, before any thought arrives to name it. There is a weight in the chest that feels familiar. You have carried it for years, mistaking it for responsibility or ambition or fatigue. Here, stripped of its disguises, it shows itself as longing. Not desire for something specific, but a deeper pull toward wholeness you never learned how to articulate. It is the ache of something unfinished, something that refuses to be reduced to achievement. Images surface again, repeating but altered. The forest is still there, but now you notice the ground beneath your feet. It is uneven, layered with old leaves and hidden roots. Every step requires attention. You cannot rush without stumbling. This is how inner movement happens. Slowly, through sensation rather than decision. A door appears in the distance. It looks ordinary at first, almost disappointing. No symbols carved into it, no guardians standing watch. Just a door closed, waiting. You feel the familiar impulse to open it, to see what lies beyond, to complete the image. But something holds you back. Not fear, but a quiet understanding that the door is not meant to be opened yet. Instead, you sit with it. You feel the tension of not acting, of resisting the urge to resolve. The ego shifts in its seat, restless, uncomfortable with waiting. Yet in this stillness, something else begins to stir. A subtle perception that the door is not blocking access. It is teaching restraint, teaching relationship rather than conquest. A voice emerges, not as sound, but as attitude. It carries authority without force. It does not command. It observes. You sense that this voice has watched you for a long time, has seen you mistake motion for meaning, explanation for understanding. It does not accuse. It simply remains present, holding the space open. The river returns, closer now. You notice how it reflects the sky above it, though the water itself is dark. Light dances on its surface without penetrating its depths. You realize that much of your conscious life has been lived on that surface, chasing reflections, mistaking brightness for depth. Here, the invitation is different. To let the gaze sink, to feel rather than interpret. Memories arise again, but this time they are not personal stories. They are patterns, reactions that repeat themselves across different moments in your life. The way you withdraw when closeness becomes real. The way you intellectualize pain to keep it at a distance. The way you cling to certainty when uncertainty threatens your identity. Seeing these patterns does not dissolve them. It simply brings them into the field of awareness. Fire glows nearby, low and steady. It does not flare. It does not demand sacrifice. It waits. You sense that this fire is not here to destroy you, but to temper you, to soften what has hardened, to make movement possible where rigidity once ruled. The heat is gentle, but persistent. You cannot ignore it without effort. The mirror returns too, though you do not approach it directly this time. You sense its presence behind you, reflecting not your face, but your posture. How you stand in relation to yourself. How often you turn away from what feels vulnerable. How quickly you assume control when uncertainty arises. The mirror shows you not who you are, but how you relate. You begin to feel the emergence of a new attitude. Not confidence, not surrender, a willingness to remain in dialogue, to allow the unknown to speak without rushing to translate it. This willingness feels fragile, easily disrupted by old habits. Yet it is real. It has weight. It changes how the inner space responds to you. The forest seems less hostile now, though no path has appeared. The river continues its flow, indifferent yet nourishing. The door remains closed, patient. You sense that nothing here is waiting for you to solve it. Everything is waiting for you to stay. And in staying, something subtle happens. The tension no longer feels like an obstacle. It feels like a field, a space where opposites can exist without canceling each other, where consciousness does not collapse into certainty or confusion, but stretches slowly, learning to hold more than it once could. You remain there, breathing with the images, letting them work on you without demand. The descent continues, not downward but inward, circling the same terrain from a slightly different angle, preparing the ground for another turn in the spiral that has only just begun to reveal itself. The movement continues without announcing itself. You realize there was no clear boundary between where you were and where you are now. The shift happened quietly, like a change in light that only becomes visible once it has already taken place. The inner space feels denser, more intimate, as if the symbols have drawn closer to you, no longer content to remain at a distance. You notice how the body responds before the mind does. A slight tightening in the throat, a warmth spreading through the chest, breath deepening on its own, slower now, more deliberate. These sensations do not ask for interpretation. They're already speaking. You begin to sense that this language has always been available to you, but you learned early on to distrust it. The forest opens just enough to reveal a clearing. It is not empty. It is held. The trees stand at the edges like witnesses, their presence steady, unintrusive. In the center there is nothing you can grasp, yet you feel drawn to remain there. The absence itself feels meaningful. A space where something could appear or not. Both possibilities feel equally alive. A figure takes shape at the edge of awareness. Not a character you could describe, but a posture, an orientation toward life. It carries the weight of judgment you have imposed on yourself over years. The expectations you absorbed, the standards you tried to embody. This figure does not attack you. It watches. Its gaze feels heavy because it is familiar. You realize how often you have mistaken this presence for truth, how readily you allowed it to define worth, direction, identity. Here, in this inner clearing, its authority feels less absolute, not because it has weakened, but because something else has entered the field. A quieter presence that does not compete, does not argue, yet subtly shifts the balance. The river's sound grows clearer. You do not see it at first, but you hear it moving beneath the ground like a pulse. It carries emotion without narrative, grief without story, joy without explanation. You sense how much energy you have spent trying to give these movements a rational form, believing that only then could they be legitimate. Fire flickers again, reflecting in the shadows of the trees. This time it illuminates faces you recognize and do not recognize at once. Past selves, possible selves, aspects you disowned because they did not fit the image you needed to survive. The fire does not force them forward. It simply makes their outlines visible, inviting acknowledgement rather than correction. You feel the temptation to choose, to decide which parts belong and which should be left behind. But the inner space resists this division. It does not operate on exclusion. It operates on inclusion without agreement. Everything that appears here has a reason for being present, even if that reason remains opaque. The mirror shifts position. It is no longer behind you. It stands slightly to the side, catching reflections at angles you are not used to seeing. You glimpse expressions that surprise you, softness where you expected hardness, fear where you believed there was strength, curiosity where you assumed indifference. The reflection unsettles you because it refuses to confirm a fixed identity. You begin to understand that the self is not an object you can locate. It is a movement, a field of relations constantly reorganizing itself. The ego feels this instability as threat, yet another part of you senses it as relief. A release from the burden of having to be one thing, one story, one conclusion. The clearing does not fill with revelation. It remains open, but your relationship to openness changes. What once felt like lack now feels like potential. Not potential for achievement, but potential for encounter. You sense that something within you is learning to wait without withdrawing, to remain present without grasping. This waiting has texture. It is not passive. It requires attention, patience, humility. You notice how often your mind tries to slip back into control, to narrate what is happening, to claim insight prematurely. Each time it does, the scene grows thinner. Each time you release that impulse, the space deepens again. The symbols continue their quiet work. The forest breathes. The river flows unseen. The fire glows without consuming. The mirror reflects without fixing. You are no longer moving toward something. You are being held within a process that does not need your direction. And in this holding, something subtle but undeniable takes root. A trust not in answers, but in the dialogue itself. A recognition that consciousness is not something you possess, but something you participate in. The descent continues, not as loss, but as deepening intimacy with what has always been moving beneath the surface of your awareness. You feel the spiral tighten, not as pressure, but as focus. The same images return, yet they no longer stand apart from you. They seem to move through you, as if the boundary between observer and landscape has grown thinner. You are not watching the inner world anymore. You are standing inside its pulse, feeling how it organizes itself without consulting your preferences. The forest no longer feels like a place you enter. It feels like a condition of being. Its density mirrors the density of your own interior life, layered, living, resistant to shortcuts. You sense how often you have tried to rise above this density, to escape it through abstraction or distance. Here, elevation offers nothing. Only presence allows movement. The door appears again, unchanged, still closed. Yet your response to it has altered. There is no urge to open it now, no impatience. You feel how the door has become a center of gravity rather than an obstacle. It gathers tension around itself, holds it, gives it form. You understand without words that some thresholds exist to teach orientation, not passage. You stand before it and notice your breath aligning with something deeper. Inhale draws you inward. Exhale releases the demand to know. The rhythm steadies. You sense that this rhythm has always been there, guiding you beneath the noise of intention. It feels older than thought, older than identity. The river emerges fully this time. You see it clearly, dark yet luminous, carrying reflections that shift with every movement of light. You kneel beside it without deciding to do so. The water does not show you answers. It shows you continuity. Feeling flows into feeling, moment into moment, without needing to be justified. You realize how much of your suffering came from trying to interrupt this flow. Memories rise again, but now they arrive softened. Not stripped of their charge, but held within a wider field. Pain is still pain. Loss is still loss. Yet they no longer demand defense or explanation. They exist as part of a larger movement that includes resilience, adaptation, quiet endurance. You feel how the psyche does not seek comfort, but balance through inclusion. The fire brightens slightly, enough to warm, but not to overwhelm. It touches the edges of old convictions, melting their sharpness. You feel beliefs loosening, not collapsing, but becoming permeable. The heat does not annihilate structure. It restores flexibility. You sense how rigidity once protected you, and how it now limits circulation. A presence settles near you, neither inside nor outside. It does not speak. It does not instruct. Its awareness feels wide, patient, unhurried. You recognize it not by familiarity, but by resonance. Something in you relaxes in its proximity, as if no performance is required. The ego does not disappear here. It listens. The mirror appears one last time in this cycle, though it no longer startles you. When you look, you do not search for definition. You observe movement, subtle shifts in expression, the way uncertainty now carries less threat, the way not knowing has begun to feel like a space you can inhabit rather than escape. You're not seeing a new self. You're seeing a changing relationship. You notice how the symbols no longer demand interpretation. They work through repetition, through return, through variation. Each encounter alters the field slightly, deepening rather than resolving it. You understand now that revelation does not arrive as conclusion. It arrives as capacity, the capacity to remain with complexity without fragmentation. The spiral completes another turn, though nothing announces completion. You are not above where you were before. You are inside it differently. The descent has not ended. It has slowed, thickened, become more intimate. You feel less urgency to move forward, less need to escape backward. You remain there, held between light and shadow, between movement and stillness. Consciousness does not clarify itself. It opens, and in that opening, you sense that the work is not to master the depths, but to live in conversation with them, allowing each return to reshape you quietly, patiently, without finality. The movement gathers itself without rising toward a peak. It deepens instead, like a breath that goes farther than you expected, touching places that have remained untouched for years. You feel how the symbols you have encountered are no longer separate moments. They are interwoven now, forming a living field that surrounds and permeates you at once. The forest is no longer dense in the same way. It has not thinned, but your eyes have adjusted. You sense depth rather than obstruction. The darkness between the trees feels inhabited, not threatening. Shadow reveals itself as a form of intimacy, a closeness to life that light alone could never provide. You recognize how often you once equated visibility with truth, forgetting how much of life grows unseen. The river flows openly now, its sound steady and unbroken. You notice how it does not rush toward an end. It moves because movement is its nature. Feelings work like this. They are not problems to be solved, but currents to be entered with awareness. You feel how resisting them once fragmented your attention, scattering energy into avoidance and control. Now, allowing them to pass through you restores coherence without effort. Fire hums softly at the edges of perception. Its warmth is no longer about change alone, but about continuity. It sustains the process rather than accelerating it. You sense that transformation here is not dramatic. It is cumulative. It happens through repeated contact, through staying present long enough for the psyche to reorganize itself around what it can now tolerate. The door remains, still closed, still central. But now you understand that the door is not between you and something else. It is between different attitudes within you. On one side, urgency, mastery, certainty. On the other, patience, listening, relationship. The door does not open because the work is not about crossing. It is about learning where to stand. A temple emerges gradually, not built of stone, but of attention. It forms wherever you remain long enough without fleeing into explanation. Its walls are made of breath, of pauses that stretch without breaking. Inside this space, nothing is demanded of you. There is no ritual to perform, no insight to extract. Presence itself becomes the offering. You sense a quiet alignment taking place. Not alignment toward perfection, but toward honesty. The ego no longer tries to dominate the field. It does not dissolve either. It learns a different posture, upright but receptive, active but not controlling. You feel how this shift changes everything without announcing change. Light moves differently here. It does not illuminate objects. It reveals relations. How shadow gives depth to form. How silence gives shape to sound. How uncertainty allows perception to remain alive. You begin to sense that clarity is not the absence of darkness, but the ability to see within it without panic. Memories pass through again, but they no longer cling. They touch, resonate, then move on. You feel gratitude for the fact that they can do so, for the way the psyche, when not forced into resolution, knows how to regulate its own intensity. You sense how much suffering arose not from pain itself, but from resistance to its movement. The mirror no longer stands apart. Reflection happens internally now, as awareness observing itself without division. You notice thoughts forming and dissolving, emotions rising and fading, images appearing and retreating. None claim ownership. None demand identification. You remain present as the field in which they occur. This presence feels quiet, but it is not empty. It hums with life, with potential, with ongoing dialogue. You sense the self here not as a figure, but as an organizing principle that holds opposites without collapsing into either. It does not promise harmony. It sustains tension without fragmentation. The spiral continues its motion. You feel its rhythm rather than tracking its direction. Each return carries familiarity, yet no repetition feels exact. You are not accumulating knowledge. You are refining sensitivity, the ability to notice subtle shifts, the capacity to remain in contact without retreating into certainty. There is a moment where everything feels held at once. Forest, river, fire, door, temple. Not merged, not resolved, but coexisting in a balanced tension that feels strangely restful. You do not try to preserve it. You sense that grasping would break the spell. Instead, you breathe and allow it to pass through you like a quiet current. As the intensity begins to soften, not diminish but settle, you recognize that this was never about reaching a height. It was about learning how to dwell in depth. How to stay with what lives beneath explanation without losing orientation. The crescendo dissolves into stillness, not as an ending, but as a return to a quieter rhythm that can accompany you beyond this inner space. You remain present, aware that something has shifted, though you cannot summarize it, and you sense that you do not need to. The dialogue continues, alive and unfinished, waiting only for your willingness to keep listening. You do not leave this place. It loosens its grip instead, like a hand that no longer needs to hold tightly. What remains is not an image you can recall at will, but a tone that lingers beneath your thoughts. A quiet resonance that accompanies you as attention begins to turn outward again, without fully abandoning what has been touched. The forest does not recede. It learns how to travel with you. You sense it in moments when language feels thin, when explanations arrive too quickly, when certainty tries to close what wants to stay open. In those moments, the density returns as a reminder, not a threat. An invitation to slow down, to feel the ground before deciding where to step. The river continues to flow, whether you attend to it or not. You feel it most clearly when emotion rises without a clear cause, when a mood settles in and refuses to justify itself. Instead of asking what it means, you allow it to move. You let it carry information in its own way, trusting that feeling knows paths the intellect cannot trace. Fire stays with you as warmth rather than urgency. It no longer pushes for change. It sustains attention. You notice how this warmth softens rigidity when you allow it, how it keeps inner movement possible even in times of fatigue or doubt. Transformation, you realize, does not announce itself. It accumulates quietly through continued contact. The door remains exactly where it is. You no longer feel compelled to open it. You understand now that its presence is enough. It marks a difference in orientation, a choice that does not need to be resolved once and for all. Each moment offers it again, not as a decision, but as a posture toward experience. The mirror no longer confronts you. It accompanies you. Reflection happens in the background, gently, without interrogation. You notice yourself noticing. You feel thoughts arise and dissolve without needing to claim them. You sense emotions move through you without demanding ownership. Awareness becomes less about control and more about relationship. There is no final integration, no completed synthesis. What is shifted is subtle and ongoing. The ego has learned how to listen without disappearing. The self has not revealed itself as an image, but as a field that holds you when certainty falls away. You sense how this relationship will need tending, not mastery. Silence feels different now. Not empty, not threatening. It carries texture. You recognize it as a space where the dialogue continues even when words stop. You do not strain to hear it. You allow it to remain present, trusting that it will speak again when needed. You move forward, or perhaps simply continue, without marking an end. The descent does not close. The spiral does not complete itself. It turns again and again, each time familiar, each time slightly altered. You sense that this movement will accompany you through ordinary moments, through confusion, through clarity, without demanding resolution. And so you remain in quiet communion with what has no final name. Attentive, receptive, willing to stay in dialogue. The presence does not withdraw. It waits patiently within you, ready to be met again whenever you are willing to listen without needing to conclude.